Some men kill for passion. Others kill because they've discovered they enjoy the taste. Between 1918 and 1924, at least 27 young men walked into a stranger's apartment in Hanover, Germany. None of them walked out. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker than the last, and the truth is always colder than fiction. I'm truly glad you're here. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Greece, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the countless places I can't name one by one, know this: I see you, I appreciate you, and you're part of this growing family. These stories are crafted to reach those who crave truth in the quiet hours. People who unwind, think, and fall asleep with mystery lingering in their minds. But when you only watch without subscribing, liking, or commenting, these stories don't travel far. They stay hidden when they should be heard. It costs nothing to hit subscribe, drop a like, or leave a thought below. But that small action keeps this channel alive and lets me keep sharing the dark, the true, and the untold. So, if these stories speak to you, please take a moment. It means everything, and it helps keep the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed heir. This is the story of the Butcher of Hanover. Tonight, we're entering the lair of a predator who didn't just murder his victims. He consumed them, sold their flesh, and wore their clothes while hunting for more. This is the story of Fritz Haarmann, the vampire of Hanover, a monster who turned post-war Germany's desperation into his personal feeding ground. What you're about to hear isn't just about death. It's about a man who weaponized trust, who perfected the art of making young boys feel safe just long enough to sink his teeth into their throats. This is the story of how a nation's collapse created the perfect cover for a cannibal killer who operated in plain sight, with the police as his unwitting accomplices. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The railway station at Hanover stood like a concrete cathedral of desperation. Every night, homeless teenagers huddled against its walls, their hollow eyes scanning the crowds for salvation or simply someone who might offer them a meal. The year was 1918, and Germany was bleeding. The Great War had ended, leaving behind a wasteland of broken men and shattered families. Hunger gnawed at everyone, but it devoured the young and vulnerable first. Fritz Haarmann moved through these crowds like a shark through dark water. At 40 years old, he cut an unremarkable figure, average height, thinning hair, a face that people forgot almost immediately. But there was something about his eyes that drew certain boys to him. He had mastered the look of genuine concern, the warm smile that promised safety. He would approach them slowly, never rushing, always offering exactly what they needed most: food, shelter, protection from the brutal streets. "You look frozen, son," he would say, his voice gentle as a father's. "I have a warm room not far from here, hot soup, a real bed." For boys who hadn't eaten in days, who had been sleeping in doorways and running from older predators, Haarmann seemed like an answer to their prayers. He was a police informant, after all. He would sometimes flash an unofficial badge, explaining that he worked with the authorities to help wayward youth. The badge was fake, but his connections to the police were terrifyingly real. The detectives at the Hanover station knew him, trusted him, even relied on him for information about the black market that thrived in the post-war chaos. What those detectives didn't know, what they refused to see even when the evidence rotted beneath their noses, was that Fritz Haarmann was building a mountain of corpses in his rented room at 27 Sellerstrasse. But the monster wasn't born fully formed. Haarmann's childhood in Hanover had been a twisted garden where his particular brand of evil took root. Born in 1879, he was the 6th child of a dysfunctional family. His father, a rail worker named Ali Haarmann, was a bitter, violent man who beat his children with methodical cruelty. His mother, Johanna, was weak and ineffectual, incapable of protecting her children from their father's rage. Young Fritz was different from his brothers. He preferred dolls to toy soldiers, dresses to trousers. His father saw this as an abomination, a stain on the family name. The beatings intensified. Fritz learned early that the world was divided into predators and prey, and he had been born into the wrong category. He developed a peculiar defense mechanism. He would dissociate during the beatings, sending his mind somewhere else, somewhere dark and safe where pain couldn't reach him. At 17, he was sent to a military academy, a last-ditch attempt by his father to make a man of him. It lasted mere months before he suffered what the doctors called a nervous breakdown. They sent him to an asylum where he was examined, prodded, declared mentally deficient, and eventually released. The doctors noted in their reports that Fritz showed moral degeneracy and abnormal sexual development, but in 1896, such observations meant little. They simply stamped his file and sent him back into the world. His 20s were a blur of petty crimes and arrests, fraud, theft, minor sexual offenses involving young boys. He would spend a few months in jail, get released, and immediately return to his patterns. The police knew him well, but they saw him as a small-time criminal, a nuisance rather than a danger. This familiarity would later become his greatest weapon. Then came 1918 and everything changed. The war ended and Germany descended into chaos. The Kaiser abdicated. The government collapsed. Inflation spiraled into madness. A wheelbarrow full of marks couldn't buy a loaf of bread. Millions of men who had survived the trenches returned to find their families starving. Their jobs gone. Their country transformed into a nightmare of hunger and desperation. The streets of Hanover filled with refugees, orphans, and young men displaced by the war. The police force was overwhelmed, understaffed, and underfunded. They needed informants who understood the criminal underworld, people who could help them track the black market operators who were growing fat on the nation's misery. Fritz Harman stepped forward and offered his services. He knew the black market intimately. He was part of it, buying and selling stolen goods, trafficked meat, contraband cigarettes. The police were so desperate for information that they overlooked his criminal record. They gave him informal authority to move through the criminal networks, to ask questions, to bring them intelligence. What they had actually done was give a predator a hunting license. Harman's apartment at 27 Sellerstrasse became his killing floor. It was a small room in a tenement building, nothing special, just 4 walls, a bed, a table, a stove. But it was private, and in a city where privacy was a luxury, it was perfect. He began bringing boys back regularly. To the neighbors, it looked like Harman was helping homeless youth, giving them a place to stay. If they heard screams in the night, they assumed it was discipline, or rough sex, or any of the other sounds that echoed through the thin walls of poverty. The killing pattern became refined through repetition. Harman would gain the boys' trust over several days, sometimes weeks. He would feed them, let them sleep in safety, make them feel comfortable. Some boys left after a few days, unharmed. These were the ones who didn't fit his preference, usually too old, too streetwise, or simply not vulnerable enough to trigger whatever mechanism drove his hunger. But others, the young ones with soft faces and frightened eyes, they never left. When Harman decided a boy was ready, he would wait until night. He would sometimes give them alcohol or sedatives to make them drowsy. Then, when they were in bed, he would climb on top of them. The boys would often think he was initiating sex, something they might have reluctantly expected as payment for their shelter. Instead, he would bite into their throats. Not a quick, clean bite. Harman would lock his jaws onto the soft flesh of the throat and tear, like an animal taking down prey. The boys would thrash and scream, but his weight pinned them down. He would bite deeper, severing arteries, crushing windpipes, while blood sprayed across his face and soaked into the bedding. Some boys died within minutes. Others took longer, their bodies jerking and spasming as they drowned in their own blood. Harman later claimed he couldn't even remember most of the killings. He said he would enter a kind of trance, and when he came back to himself, the boy would be dead beneath him, and he would be covered in blood with the taste of copper thick on his tongue. But the killing was only the beginning of the horror. What came next was the butchery. Harmon had learned meat cutting as a young man, and those skills served him well. He would dismember the bodies with practiced efficiency, separating meat from bone, flesh from organs. Some parts he would keep for himself, cooking them into stews and sausages. Other cuts he would sell through the black market, mixed in with legitimate meat sources that were scarce in post-war Germany. People bought the meat eagerly. They didn't ask questions about where it came from. They were too hungry, too desperate. Families sat down to dinners of human flesh without knowing it, their children licking their fingers, grateful for the protein. The clothes and possessions of the dead boys Harmon would sell as well. Shirts, pants, shoes, all found their way to market stalls and second-hand shops. He would sometimes wear the clothes himself, parading around Hanover in a dead boy's jacket, his pockets full of money from selling that same boy's flesh. The bones and unusable remains posed a problem, but Harmon found solutions. Sometimes he would bundle them in bags and throw them into the Lane River that ran through Hanover. Other times he would burn them in his stove, filling the building with the sickening smell of cremated human remains. The neighbors complained about the smell, but Harmon would explain that he was burning spoiled meat or animal carcasses. In a city where death and decay were everywhere, no one investigated too closely. By 1919, Harmon had refined his system into a routine. Hunt at the train station, select a victim, build trust, kill, butcher, dispose, sell, repeat. He was averaging 3 to 4 murders a year, sometimes more. And through it all, he maintained his relationship with the police, feeding them information, helping them make arrests, becoming an increasingly valuable asset. The police actually raided his apartment once, in 1918, responding to reports of improper conduct with a minor. They burst through the door and found Harmon with a young boy, but Harmon's quick thinking and his relationship with the force saved him. He claimed the boy was a runaway he was helping as part of his informant work. The police were ready to accept this explanation. What they didn't know was that behind the door to Harmon's bedroom, which remained locked during the inspection, another boy lay dead, his body already partially dismembered. If they had forced that door open, they would have caught him. 24 lives would have been saved. But they trusted him. They believed him. They left. And Fritz Harmon smiled, closed the door behind them, and went back to his butchery. Hanover's Central Railway Station never slept. Even in the dead hours before dawn, it pulsed with desperate humanity. Soldiers still in their tattered uniforms wandered the platforms, shell-shocked and forgotten. Women with hollow cheeks sold their bodies for a few marks or a cigarette. And everywhere, always, there were the boys. They came from everywhere and nowhere. Some were orphans from the war, their parents dead in the trenches or from the Spanish flu that had ravaged Europe. Others were runaways fleeing abuse, starvation, or the grinding poverty that had transformed Germany into a nation of ghosts. They congregated at the station because it represented possibility. Trains meant movement, escape, the chance that somewhere else might be better. Fritz Harmon understood this geography of desperation better than anyone. He had mapped it in his mind, identifying the darkest corners where the most vulnerable boys gathered. He knew which platforms had the worst lighting, which waiting rooms the police rarely patrolled, which exits offered the quickest route to his apartment. He had also learned to identify his ideal victims with predatory precision. He avoided the boys who traveled in groups or who seemed too confident. He watched for the ones who stood alone, whose eyes darted nervously at every approaching footstep. He looked for youth. Most of his victims were between 14 and 18, though some were as young as 12. He preferred boys with delicate features, soft faces that hadn't yet hardened with street survival. But physical appearance alone wasn't enough. Harmon had developed an instinct for emotional vulnerability. He could spot the boys who were freshly arrived at the station before they had learned to distrust every friendly face. He could identify the ones who were sick, injured, or so exhausted from hunger and cold that they had lost their defensive instincts. These were the ones who would accept his invitation, who would follow him into the darkness. His approach was theatrical in its calculated sincerity. He never rushed. He would observe a potential victim for hours, sometimes across multiple visits to the station, learning their patterns and behaviors. When he finally made contact, it would seem almost accidental. A shared glance, a casual comment about the cold, an offer of a cigarette. Terrible weather for sleeping rough. He might say, his voice warm with concern. "You're new to Hanover, aren't you?" The boys would nod, grateful that someone had noticed them, had acknowledged their existence. In a world that had rendered them invisible, Harmon's attention felt like salvation. He would ask gentle questions, never prying too hard. Where had they come from? Did they have family in Hanover? Were they looking for work? His questions gave the boys a chance to tell their stories, to be heard, and this created a psychological bond. People trust those who listen to them. Then would come the offer, delivered with perfect timing. "I have a room not far from here. Nothing fancy, but it's warm and dry. I could make you something to eat. You can rest for a few hours, at least get off these cold streets." Most boys would hesitate. They had learned that nothing came free, that kindness usually had a price. Harmon expected this hesitation and had prepared for it. "I work with the police," he would say, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I help them track down smugglers and black market operators. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but I want you to understand, you'd be safe with me. I'm one of the good men trying to help boys like you." The mention of police connections was devastatingly effective. It transformed Harmon from a suspicious stranger into an authority figure. And for boys who had been running from police in other cities, who had been beaten or arrested for vagrancy, the idea that this man could protect them from harassment was powerfully appealing. Some boys still refused. They had stronger survival instincts or simply didn't fit Harmon's preferences. He would never push when faced with refusal. He would simply smile, wish them luck, and fade back into the crowd. There were always more boys arriving on the next train, but many accepted. They shouldered their meager possessions and followed Harmon through the nighttime streets of Hanover, through the narrow alleys of the Altstadt, past the bombed-out buildings and shuttered shops, until they reached 27 Sellerstrasse. The building was unremarkable, one of dozens of similar tenements that housed Hanover's working poor. Harmon's room was on an upper floor, accessed by a narrow staircase that creaked with every step. The landlord, a man named Kramer, knew Harmon as a quiet tenant who paid his rent on time and occasionally helped the police. If young boys came and went from his room, that was Harmon's business. In desperate times, people learned not to ask uncomfortable questions. Inside the apartment, Harmon became the perfect host. He would stoke the fire in his stove until the room was warm, a luxury most of these boys hadn't experienced in months. He would cook food, real food, not the watery soup or stale bread they were used to. Sausages, fried potatoes, sometimes even meat stew. The boys would eat ravenously, their guards dropping with every full belly. Harmon would talk while they ate, sharing stories about his police work, asking more about their lives, building rapport. He was skilled at making boys feel special, chosen. "You seem like a smart kid," he would say. "You could do well here in Hanover if you had someone to help you. I might be able to find you work." For many boys, these first hours in Harmon's apartment represented the safest they had felt in months or even years. They would relax, smile, begin to trust. Some would fall asleep at his table, their heads nodding forward with exhaustion and relief. This was when Harmon's other persona would begin to emerge. He would watch the sleeping or drowsy boys with an expression that combined affection with something darker, hungrier. His breathing would change, becoming slightly faster. His hands would clench and unclench. But he rarely killed on the first night. That was part of his pattern. He would let the boys stay for several days, sometimes a week or more. During this time, he would continue to groom them, building their trust and dependency. He would introduce them to his lover, Hans Granz, a young man in his early 20s who shared Harmon's appetites, though perhaps not his lethal compulsions. Granz was beautiful in a feminine way, with delicate features and a cruel mouth. He was unemployed, living off Harmon's criminal enterprises, and he had a talent for manipulating the homeless boys who passed through the apartment. He would befriend them, flirt with them, make them feel attractive and wanted. This was part of the psychological trap. The boys were isolated from the outside world, surrounded by people who seemed to care about them, dependent on Harmon and Granz for food and shelter. Some boys began to understand that something was wrong. They would notice the other boys who had been staying at the apartment suddenly disappearing without explanation. They would catch Harmon watching them with that strange, hungry expression. They would find unexplained bloodstains or smell the awful odor that sometimes emanated from behind closed doors. A few of these boys managed to escape. They would invent excuses to leave, a job opportunity, a friend who was expecting them, and hurry away from 27 Sellerstrasse, their instincts screaming warnings their conscious minds couldn't quite articulate. These boys were lucky. They had caught Harmon on a night when his hunger wasn't overwhelming, when some other victim was already selected. But most didn't escape. Most stayed until the night Harmon decided they were ready. And on that night, the warm apartment and the kind host would transform into something from a nightmare. The killing would often happen when Granz was away, though not always. Harmon would wait until late, until the apartment building was silent and his victim was in bed. He would sometimes join them, initiating what seemed like sexual contact. The boys might resist or they might submit, but either way, they weren't prepared for what came next. The bite to the throat was Harmon's signature. He would later claim in court that he couldn't achieve sexual satisfaction any other way, that the act of biting and killing was inextricably linked to his arousal. Psychiatrists would debate whether he was a sadist, a necrophile, or something else entirely. Perhaps a genuine case of clinical vampirism, a condition so rare that most doctors didn't believe it existed. What's undeniable is that he killed with his teeth. The autopsies that were later performed on the recovered remains showed deep bite marks on the throat bones, evidence of tremendous force applied by human jaws. Some victims' spinal columns were nearly severed by the violence of the bites. These weren't love bites or playful nips. These were killing bites, delivered with predatory ferocity. The boys would thrash and fight, but Harmon was stronger, and the suddenness of the attack gave them no chance to organize resistance. Their blood would spray across the room, soaking into the mattress that Harmon never bothered to replace. The smell of copper and death would fill the air, and when the boy finally stopped moving, when the last breath bubbled through the torn throat, Harmon would continue to hold them, sometimes for hours, in a grotesque parody of intimacy. Then came the practical work. The body needed to be processed. Harmon would drag the corpse to his table and begin the methodical work of butchery. He had developed techniques to maximize efficiency and minimize waste. The head would be removed and usually disposed of separately. Skulls and recognizable faces were dangerous evidence. The torso would be opened and the organs removed. Some of these would be kept for personal consumption. Others would be wrapped and sold as pork or veal to black market customers who asked no questions. The limbs were easier to market. Properly butchered and wrapped, human flesh looks remarkably similar to animal meat, especially to desperate customers who have learned not to examine their food too carefully. Harmon had a network of buyers throughout Hanover, small-time criminals and market vendors who trafficked in undocumented meat. He would sell them packages of flesh at slightly below market rate, claiming he had connections to slaughterhouses or farms outside the city. The clothes and possessions of the dead boys became another revenue stream. Harmon would launder the blood-stained garments and sell them at markets or to second-hand shops. Shoes were particularly valuable in post-war Germany, where leather was scarce. A good pair of boots could fetch a substantial price. Granz often handled these sales, wearing the dead boy's clothes himself or finding buyers among his acquaintances. What couldn't be sold or consumed had to be disposed of. The Lane River became Harmon's dumping ground. Late at night, he would wrap portions of bodies in sacks, weight them with stones, and drop them from bridges into the dark water. The river would carry them downstream, where they might wash up on banks outside the city or simply decompose in the water. But the river betrayed him slowly. Throughout 1923 and into 1924, people began finding human remains along the lane's banks. Skulls, bones, dismembered parts. The evidence of Harmon's crimes was literally washing up at the feet of Hanover's citizens. Children playing by the river would discover a severed head. Workers clearing debris would find a sack full of human bones. Fishermen would pull up body parts in their nets. The police began to pay attention, but slowly, reluctantly. They initiated investigations, but these were hampered by the poor condition of the remains and the overwhelming number of missing persons in post-war Germany. Thousands of young men had simply disappeared during the chaos of the war's end. How could they determine if these bones belonged to murder victims or were simply the tragic detritus of a society in collapse? And throughout all of this, Fritz Haarmann continued to move freely through Hanover. He maintained his relationship with the police, providing information, helping with investigations. Some detectives even knew about his homosexuality and his habit of bringing young boys to his apartment. But in an era when homosexuality was criminal, they saw this as leverage, not evidence of more serious crimes. Haarmann was hiding in plain sight, protected by his usefulness to the police and by a society that had learned to look away from anything that didn't directly threaten its survival. He had created a perfect hunting ground, a landscape of desperation where vulnerable boys appeared and disappeared like ghosts, and where a monster could feed for years without anyone truly noticing or caring. The summer of 1924 arrived hot and suffocating, the kind of heat that made the Lane River shrink between its banks and exposed the secrets rotting in its mud. Children splashing in the shallow water near Herrenhausen Gardens made a discovery that would finally crack open Fritz Haarmann's hidden world. A human skull, bleached white by the sun, grinning up from the riverbed. It wasn't the first time human remains had been found in the lane. Over the previous year, similar discoveries had been reported and largely dismissed. But this time was different. The skull belonged to a young boy, and it was found with other bones scattered nearby. The police couldn't ignore it, especially when a fisherman reported finding another skull downstream just days later. Detective Inspector Robert Weiss was assigned to coordinate the investigation. He was a methodical man, a veteran of the force who had survived the war and watched his city descend into chaos. He began collecting reports of all human remains found in the lane over the past 18 months. The results disturbed him deeply. At least 20 separate instances of skulls, bones, and body parts had been recovered. The medical examiner confirmed that all belonged to adolescent males, most between 14 and 18 years old. Weiss started cross-referencing these findings with missing persons reports, a monumentally difficult task in a Germany where records had been destroyed by war and population displacement. But patterns emerged. Multiple boys had last been seen at or near Hanover's central railway station. Several witnesses mentioned seeing various missing boys talking to an older man. Descriptions that varied but shared certain details. Average height, thinning hair, friendly manner. The investigation was complicated by public panic. Word spread throughout Hanover that a serial killer was operating in the city, someone who was targeting vulnerable boys. Parents forbade their children from going near the river. The railway station, once a bustling hub, became a place of fear as people hurried through, avoiding eye contact with strangers. Then came the mistake that would end Fritz Haarmann's reign of terror, and it wasn't made by police. It was made by Haarmann himself, born from the arrogance of a predator who had evaded capture for so long that he believed himself untouchable. On June 22, 1924, Haarmann was at the railway station when he encountered a boy named Robert Witzel. The boy was traveling with his parents, but Haarmann didn't notice or didn't care. He approached Robert and began his typical friendly conversation, asking where the boy was from and where he was going. Robert's parents, alarmed by this strange man's interest in their son, confronted Haarmann. An argument erupted. Haarmann, instead of backing away and disappearing into the crowd as he usually did when challenged, became aggressive and defensive. Railway security was called. When they questioned Haarmann, he claimed he was conducting police business, investigating potential criminal activity. But the security officers had heard the rumors of a killer targeting boys at the station. They detained Haarmann and called the police. Detective Weiss arrived personally to interview Haarmann. He recognized him immediately. Haarmann was a known police informant, someone who had provided valuable intelligence over the years. But Weiss had been studying the pattern of disappearances, and something clicked in his mind. Many of the missing boys had last been seen talking to a man who fit Haarmann's description. More specifically, Several witnesses had mentioned that the man claimed to work with the police. Weiss made a decision that would save lives and expose one of the most horrifying cases in criminal history. He ordered Harmon's apartment searched thoroughly, with no areas off-limits. The raid on 27 Sellerstrasse happened late at night on June 23, 1924. A team of officers climbed the creaking stairs to Harmon's room while he sat in custody at the police station. They knocked on the door, announced themselves, and when Hans Granz opened it, they pushed inside. What they found in those first moments didn't immediately scream of murder. The apartment was small and cluttered, smelling of cooked meat and tobacco. Granz was cooperative, insisting he had nothing to hide. The officers began a methodical search, going through drawers, checking under the bed, examining every corner. One officer, Detective Carl Berg, noticed the walls were covered with clothes hanging on hooks. Far more clothes than two men would normally own. He began examining them, checking pockets, and found identification papers and photographs that didn't match either Harmon or Granz. Some of the clothes were sized for boys. Berg's attention turned to a battered trunk in the corner. He opened it and found it filled with more boys' clothing, dozens of items, along with personal effects, watches, wallets, identification papers, photographs. The names on these items matched several of the missing boys on Weiss's list. The search intensified. The officers tore up floorboards, cut into the walls, dismantled the bed. Behind the stove, they found bones, small bones that could have been from animals but also might have been human. In the ashes of the stove itself, forensic examination would later identify fragments of human teeth and skull. But the most damning evidence came from the walls and floor. Using new chemical testing methods, investigators detected massive amounts of human blood soaked into the wood and plaster. The concentration was impossible to explain away. Entire walls tested positive for blood, as did the floor around the bed and table. This wasn't the result of a single incident or accident. This was the residue of repeated, violent bloodletting. Granz, faced with the evidence, began to crack. He admitted that Harmon brought boys to the apartment regularly, that some of these boys disappeared, that he had seen things he couldn't explain. But he insisted he had never participated in any violence, that he was just Harmon's lover, that he didn't know what Harmon did with the boys who vanished. Fritz Harmon was interrogated through the night. For hours, he denied everything, maintaining his innocence, claiming the evidence was planted or misunderstood. He reminded the detectives of his service to the police, his years of reliable intelligence, his help with numerous cases. But as the sun rose and more evidence was presented, the blood-soaked walls, the bones, the clothes and possessions of missing boys, Harmon's story began to shift. He admitted that some boys had died in his apartment, but claimed they were accidents, fights that got out of control. He said he had panicked and disposed of the bodies instead of reporting the deaths. Detective Weiss didn't believe him. He had been investigating these disappearances long enough to see the pattern. These weren't accidents or fights. These were predatory murders, carefully selected victims, methodical disposal. He leaned across the table and told Harmon exactly what he believed, that Harmon was a serial killer responsible for potentially dozens of murders. Something broke in Harmon at that moment. Maybe it was exhaustion, or the realization that his carefully constructed facade had finally crumbled, or perhaps a part of him wanted to confess, wanted the world to know what he had done. He leaned back in his chair, smiled slightly, and said, "All right, I'll tell you everything, but you won't believe how many there were." The confession that followed was one of the most disturbing documents in criminal history. Over several days of interrogation, Harmon described his crimes in chilling detail. He explained how he selected victims at the railway station, how he gained their trust, how he brought them to his apartment. He described the killings, the bite to the throat, the taste of blood, the sexual gratification he experienced during the murders. He demonstrated the technique he used, biting down on a piece of wood to show investigators the force and angle of his attack. He explained his butchery methods, how he separated meat from bone, which parts he kept for consumption and which he sold. He admitted to selling human flesh through the black market, estimating that he had sold meat from at least a dozen victims. When Weiss asked how many boys he had killed, Harmon initially claimed he couldn't remember all of them. 30, maybe 40, he said casually, as if discussing livestock. But as the interrogation continued and investigators presented evidence, the clothes, the identification papers, the remains from the river, Harmon began to remember specific victims. He would pick up a photograph and study it. Yes, that one. Fritz Wittig, I think his name was. From Braunschweig. He was 17. I met him at the station in September of 21. Sweet boy, very trusting. He stayed with me for 3 days before I killed him. Or he would examine a jacket. This belonged to Hans Kimes. He was only 15, but he looked older. He had a watch his father gave him. I sold that watch to a jeweler in the Altstadt. The process was methodical and grotesque. Harmon would either confirm or deny his responsibility for each missing boy on the investigators' list. By the time the interrogations concluded, he had confessed to 27 murders, though many investigators believed the true number was higher. Some victims had simply vanished so completely that no evidence of them remained. No clothes, no possessions, no bodies. These boys existed only in the memories of families who would never know what happened to them. Hans Granz was arrested as an accomplice. His role in the murders was unclear. Harmon insisted Granz never participated in the killings themselves, but evidence suggested Granz helped select victims, assisted with disposal of remains, and profited from selling the dead boys' possessions. Granz maintained his innocence, claiming he had been manipulated and frightened by Harmon, but his own actions betrayed a callous disregard for the boys who disappeared from their apartment. The investigation expanded beyond just Harmon and Granz. Police wanted to understand how such extensive crimes could have continued for years without detection. They discovered a network of black market operators who had purchased meat from Harmon, though most claimed they had no idea it was human flesh. They interviewed Harmon's neighbors at 27 Sellerstrasse, who admitted hearing screams and smelling terrible odors but had never reported anything to authorities. Most disturbingly, the investigation revealed multiple instances where police had opportunities to stop Harmon but failed. The 1918 raid where a dead body lay behind a locked door. Multiple reports from boys who escaped Harmon's apartment with stories of strange behavior and sexual assault. Complaints that were dismissed or not fully investigated. Missing persons reports that matched Harmon's known area of operation but were never connected to him. The police department faced intense public criticism. How had they allowed a serial killer to operate for years, especially one who was actually working with them as an informant? Calls for resignations echoed through the city. Several officers were disciplined or transferred, though most escaped serious consequences. Meanwhile, Fritz Harmon sat in his cell, alternating between cooperative confession and disturbing boasts. He seemed to enjoy the attention, the notoriety. He would provide gruesome details of his crimes, then laugh at the shocked expressions of his interrogators. When asked if he felt remorse for his victims, he shrugged. They were nothing, he said. Street boys. No one cared about them when they were alive. At least I gave them warmth and food before the end. That's more than most people did. This callousness, combined with the horrifying details of his crimes, transformed public sentiment from shock to rage. People wanted justice, wanted blood, wanted Harmon to suffer as his victims had suffered. The trial, when it came, would be one of the most sensational in German history. The trial of Fritz Harmon began on December 4th, 1924, in Hanover's District Court. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity, with hundreds of spectators crammed into every available space. People fought for seats, bribing court officials or arriving before dawn to secure a spot. Outside, crowds gathered in the streets, waiting for news, demanding justice for the murdered boys. The presiding judge, Dr. Heinrich Wild, faced an unprecedented challenge. This wasn't just a murder trial, it was a reckoning for an entire society that had failed its most vulnerable members. The prosecution had prepared cases for 27 murders, each supported by physical evidence, witness testimony, or Harmon's own confessions. But the sheer scale of the crimes threatened to overwhelm the judicial process. Harmon entered the courtroom flanked by guards, and the crowd erupted. People screamed, cursed, threw objects. Some of the victims' families lunged toward him, held back by police. Harmon seemed to absorb the hatred with an expression that bordered on satisfaction. He had spent his entire life invisible, dismissed, forgotten. Now hundreds of people couldn't look away from him. Judge Wilde restored order and began the proceedings. The prosecution, led by State Attorney Dr. Wilde, no relation to the judge, presented a case that was both meticulous and devastating. They had assembled a timeline of murders spanning from 1918 to 1924, though they focused on the 27 cases where evidence was strongest. The first victim they could definitively prove was Friedel Roth, a 17-year-old who disappeared in September 1918. His skull had been found in the Lane River with distinctive bite marks on the cervical vertebrae. Clothing found in Harmon's apartment matched descriptions provided by Friedel's family. Harmon had confessed to killing him, describing how he had met the boy at the railway station and promised him work. "He believed me so completely," Harmon said from the witness stand, his voice matter of fact. "They all did. They wanted to believe that someone cared about them." The prosecutor asked Harmon to describe the killing. The courtroom fell silent, the air thick with dread. "It was late," Harmon began, seeming almost bored by the question. "He was asleep in my bed. I had been watching him for an hour, maybe two. There was something about the curve of his neck, the way the lamplight fell on his throat. I couldn't resist anymore. I climbed on top of him, and when he woke up, I bit down. Hard." He demonstrated, snapping his jaws together with an audible click that made several spectators gasp. He tried to scream, but I had crushed his windpipe. The blood came so fast, so warm. It went everywhere. My face, my hands, the sheets. He struggled for a few minutes, but I held him down. When he finally stopped moving, I felt peaceful, satisfied. It was better than sex, better than food, better than anything I had ever experienced. The courtroom erupted again. Victims' mothers wept openly. A father collapsed and had to be carried out. Judge Wilde threatened to clear the gallery if order wasn't maintained, but even he looked shaken by Harmon's casual description of murder. The prosecution methodically worked through each victim. Wilhelm Schulz, 15 years old, killed in November 1918. Roland Hutch, 16, murdered in March 1920. Hans Sonnenfeld, 14, killed in August 1921. Ernst Speaker, 17, murdered in January 1923. The list went on and on, each name representing a life stolen, a family destroyed, a body dismembered and sold as meat or dumped in the river. Forensic experts testified about the remains found in the lane. Dr. Paul Eichelbaum, a forensic pathologist, explained how he had examined over 500 bone fragments recovered from the river, piecing together evidence of at least 27 distinct individuals. He described the bite marks found on throat bones, the tool marks from butchery, the evidence of systematic dismemberment. The level of skill demonstrated in the dismemberment suggests professional training, Dr. Eichelbaum testified. The cuts are precise, efficient. This wasn't frenzied violence. This was practiced butchery. The prosecution then called witnesses who had purchased meat from Harmon. Most claimed they had believed it was legitimate pork or beef, purchased through black market channels that were common in post-war Germany. But some testimony suggested darker possibilities. One witness, a restaurant owner, admitted that Harmon's meat had tasted slightly different, but had been too cheap to pass up. Another witness recalled Harmon joking that his meat came from young pigs, a comment that now carried horrifying implications. Hans Granz was tried simultaneously as an accomplice. The evidence against him was circumstantial but damning. Multiple witnesses placed him at the apartment when victims were present. He had been seen wearing dead boys' clothes and selling their possessions. Most damning were letters he had written to Harmon from earlier periods when they were separated, letters that referenced new friends in ways that suggested he knew about the murders. Granz's defense attorney argued that his client had been psychologically dominated by Harmon, a victim of manipulation rather than a willing participant in murder. But the prosecution presented a different picture. Granz as an active accomplice who helped select victims, who encouraged Harmon's predatory behavior, who profited directly from the murders. The most disturbing testimony came from boys who had escaped Harmon's apartment before being killed. Several young men, now in their late teens or early 20s, came forward to describe their experiences. They told of being lured from the railway station with promises of food and shelter. They described the apartment at 27 Sellerstrasse, the strange behavior of Harmon and Granz, the sense that something terrible lurked beneath the surface of their hospitality. One witness, a boy named Eric de Vries, described waking in the night to find Harmon standing over him, breathing heavily, his hands clenching and unclenching. "I could see it in his eyes," Eric testified, his voice shaking. "He wanted to kill me. I pretended to be asleep, and eventually he went back to his own bed. The next morning, I told him I had found work and needed to leave. He let me go, but as I walked away, I could feel him watching me. I ran as soon as I turned the corner. I didn't stop running until I reached the train station." When asked why he hadn't reported this to police, Eric's answer was damning. "He told me he worked with the police. I thought they would believe him over me. I was nobody, just another homeless boy. Who would have listened?" This theme recurred throughout the trial. Multiple witnesses testified that Harmon had used his police connections as both lure and shield. He had displayed an unofficial badge to gain victims' trust. He had claimed to be investigating juvenile delinquency, giving him an excuse to approach boys. And when concerns were raised about his behavior, his relationship with the police department had protected him from serious scrutiny. The police department's failures became a secondary focus of the trial. The prosecution called several officers to testify about their interactions with Harmon. Most claimed they had seen him as a valuable informant, nothing more. But under cross-examination, uncomfortable facts emerged. Officers admitted they had known about Harmon's homosexuality and his habit of bringing boys to his apartment. Some had received reports of sexual misconduct but had dismissed them as unimportant. One officer admitted he had been personally present at the 1918 raid where a dead body had lain behind a locked door, but claimed he had no reason at the time to force entry into the locked room. The lead prosecutor addressed this in his closing argument. "Fritz Harmon did not operate in shadow," he told the court. "He hunted in plain sight, protected by indifference, enabled by corruption, shielded by a system that valued his usefulness more than the lives of homeless boys." We must ask ourselves, how many of these 27 young men would still be alive if the police had done their duty? How many would have been saved if society had cared about their welfare? Harmon's defense attorney faced an impossible task. He couldn't deny his client's guilt. The evidence was overwhelming, and Harmon had confessed repeatedly. Instead, he argued that Harmon was insane, incapable of controlling his actions, driven by irresistible compulsions that were symptoms of mental disease rather than conscious evil. The defense called psychiatrists who had examined Harmon extensively. Dr. Theodore Lessing testified that Harmon exhibited symptoms of severe personality disorders and possible psychosis. He described Harmon's childhood trauma, the abuse from his father, the early psychiatric evaluations that had identified mental deficiencies. "Fritz Harmon is not a man making rational choices," Dr. Lessing argued. "He is a profoundly damaged individual, broken by childhood trauma, driven by compulsions he cannot control. The act of biting the throat during killing is not a choice. It is a psychological inevitability, a manifestation of deep psychosexual dysfunction. To execute such a man is not justice. It is society's failure to recognize and treat mental illness." But the prosecution's psychiatric experts disagreed. They acknowledged Harmon's psychological abnormalities but argued he knew right from wrong and could control his behavior. They pointed to his methodical victim selection, his careful cultivation of police relationships, his efficient disposal of evidence. This wasn't madness, this was calculated predation. He didn't kill everyone he encountered, the prosecution's expert testified. He selected specific victims who fit his preferences and circumstances. He let many boys go unharmed when they didn't meet his criteria. He hid his crimes, disposed of evidence, and maintained a normal public facade for years. These are the actions of a rational mind choosing evil, not an insane mind acting without control. Harmon himself undermined his insanity defense. He was articulate and coherent throughout the trial, answering questions with clarity, remembering specific details of murders that had occurred years earlier. When asked directly if he understood that murder was wrong, he smiled and said, "Of course I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway. I wanted to do it. I enjoyed it." This statement may have sealed his fate more than any evidence. The jury, composed of local citizens who had lived through the terror of the murders, showed no sympathy. They saw not a sick man needing treatment, but a monster who had preyed on the most vulnerable members of their community. Hans Granz's trial concluded slightly differently. While evidence clearly showed his involvement in selling victims' possessions and his knowledge of the murders, the prosecution couldn't definitively prove he had participated in the killings themselves. His defense portrayed him as a victim of Harmon's manipulation, a young man trapped in an abusive relationship with a murderer. On December 19, 1924, after nearly 2 weeks of testimony, the verdicts were delivered. Hans Granz was found guilty of accessory to murder and sentenced to 12 years in prison. The courtroom reaction was mixed. Some believed the sentence too lenient. Others felt Granz had been a victim himself. Fritz Harmon was found guilty of 24 counts of murder. The court excluded 3 cases where evidence was less certain, despite Harmon's confessions. The verdict was unanimous, and the sentence was death by beheading, the standard method of execution in Germany at that time. Harmon stood motionless as the sentence was read. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you. I want to die. I want to be executed in public on the marketplace, and I want 24 mothers to stand around me and hit me with sticks. Then I want to be laid on the scaffold and publicly executed." His request was denied. German law no longer permitted public executions, but Harmon's desire for spectacle revealed something essential about his psychology. He had spent his life invisible and dismissed. Even in death, he wanted to be seen, to be significant, to be remembered. While awaiting execution, Harmon gave several interviews to journalists and psychiatrists. He showed no remorse for his victims but expressed anger at Hans Granz, claiming Granz had encouraged the murders and had been more involved than he admitted at trial. He also dictated a rambling confession that included additional victims not covered in the trial, bringing his claim total to over 40 murders. On April 15, 1925, Fritz Harmon was executed by guillotine at Hanover Prison. He had requested a last meal of cigars and Brazilian coffee. His final words were reportedly, "I repent, but I do not fear death." The blade fell at 6 a.m. Fritz Harmon was 45 years old. His brain was removed and preserved for study by psychiatrists attempting to understand what biological abnormalities might have driven his behavior. The rest of his body was buried in an unmarked grave. Hans Granz served his sentence and was released in 1937. He disappeared from public record after that, presumably changing his identity to escape the stigma of the Harmon case. Some reports suggest he died during World War II, but no confirmation was ever found. The impact of the Harmon case extended far beyond the courtroom. It became a cultural touchstone in Germany, a symbol of post-war decay and moral collapse. Writers, filmmakers, and artists referenced it for decades. Fritz Lang's film M, about a child murderer in Berlin, was partly inspired by the Harmon case. The case also prompted significant reforms in German law enforcement. Police departments across the country revised their procedures for handling missing persons reports, especially those involving children and adolescents. The practice of using criminal informants without proper oversight was scrutinized and restricted. Most significantly, the case highlighted the vulnerability of homeless and displaced youth, leading to the establishment of better social services and shelters. But perhaps the most lasting impact was psychological. The Harmon case forced German society to confront uncomfortable truths about indifference and complicity. Hundreds of people had bought meat from Harmon without questioning its source. Neighbors had heard screams and smelled death but had remained silent. Police had dismissed reports from vulnerable boys whose lives were deemed less important than maintaining a useful informant. The entire city of Hanover had, in a sense, enabled Harmon's murders through apathy and willful blindness. The victims' families never fully received justice. Most of the boys' remains were never fully identified or recovered. Parents held funerals for bones that might or might not have belonged to their sons. The financial compensation offered by the government was insulting, a few hundred marks per family, barely enough to cover burial costs. Some families moved away from Hanover, unable to live in a city that had failed to protect their children. Others stayed and formed support groups, demanding accountability and reform. A memorial was eventually erected near the Lane River, listing the names of Harmon's confirmed victims, 27 boys, most between 14 and 18 years old, who died because they were vulnerable, invisible, and considered unworthy of protection. The building at 27 Sellerstrasse was demolished in 1928. The landlord had tried to rent the apartment, but no one would live there. The entire structure was torn down, and the lot remained empty for decades, a gap in the streetscape like a missing tooth. Local legend claimed the ground was cursed, that on certain nights you could still hear screams rising from the earth. Today, a modern building occupies the site, with no plaque or marker to indicate what happened there. The railway station where Harmon hunted still operates, though it has been renovated and expanded. Travelers pass through, unaware they are walking the same platforms where a monster once selected his prey. The case of Fritz Harmon remains one of the most disturbing in criminal history, not just because of the number of victims or the horrific methods of murder and disposal, but because it reveals how easily a predator can operate when society chooses to look away. The boys Harmon killed were invisible long before they died, homeless, displaced, unwanted. Their disappearances went unnoticed because they had already been discarded by a society focused on its own survival. Harmon didn't operate in darkness. He hunted in train stations, sold human flesh in public markets, wore his victims' clothes openly. He maintained friendships with police officers and business relationships with dozens of people. He was hidden not by secrecy but by indifference, protected not by cunning but by a collective decision to ignore the suffering of the vulnerable. The Butcher of Hanover was a monster, but he was a monster society allowed to exist. That may be the most terrifying truth of all. Not that such evil can exist, but that it can exist openly, enabled and protected, until the evidence becomes too overwhelming to ignore. By then, 27 boys were dead, their bodies butchered and sold as meat, their lives forgotten by everyone except the families who still mourned them. Fritz Harmon died on the guillotine, but the questions his case raised about complicity, indifference, and the value society places on its most vulnerable members remain unanswered. They echo through history, a reminder that monsters don't always hide in shadows. Sometimes they stand in plain sight, and we simply choose not to see them until it's far too late. The blood has long since washed from the streets of Hanover. The Lane River flows clean and clear. The railway station bustles with ordinary travelers. But the memory of those 27 boys and the monster who consumed them remains a scar on the city's history, a permanent reminder of what happens when society abandons its duty to protect the powerless. Tonight, we've walked through the hunting ground of a predator who weaponized kindness, who turned trust into a trap, who made an entire city complicit in his crimes. We've seen how desperation creates opportunities for evil, how indifference enables murder, how the vulnerable disappear without anyone noticing or caring. The story of Fritz Harmon isn't just about one man's depravity. It's about all of us and the choice we make every day to see the invisible, to protect the powerless, or to look away and let the monsters feed. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Beast of Brandenburg, When Darkness Wore a Human Face. Deep within the pine forests of Brandenburg, Germany, where ancient trees cast shadows that swallow sound and light, a predator walked among the innocent. Between 1988 and 1990, While families slept and lovers strolled through moonlit trails, Willie Kimritz transformed from struggling businessman to something far more sinister. A calculating killer who viewed human life as mere prey for his twisted appetites. His victims never saw the monster behind the ordinary face, never detected the rot festering inside the man who smiled at the moments before their world ended in unimaginable terror. This is the story of how one man's descent into depravity left a trail of shattered lives across the German countryside, how investigators raced against time to stop a killer who grew bolder with each murder, and how the forest itself became a graveyard that whispered secrets no one wanted to hear. What drives a human being to cross the threshold from person to predator? What happens when evil learns to hide in plain sight? The answers lie buried in the darkest chapter of Brandenburg's history, a chapter written in blood, screams, and the final gasps of those who encountered the beast of Brandenburg. Willie Kimritz entered the world on March 3, 1958, in the industrial heart of East Germany, born into a nation divided by ideology and surrounded by the concrete monuments to Soviet power. His childhood unfolded behind the Iron Curtain, where the state watched everything, trusted nothing, and turned neighbor against neighbor through whispered suspicions and secret police files. The boy who would become Brandenburg's most notorious killer grew up in an atmosphere of suffocating control and quiet desperation, where dreams withered like flowers denied sunlight. Those who knew young Willie remembered an unremarkable child, neither brilliant nor troublesome, neither charismatic nor invisible. He drifted through his school years like smoke, present but insubstantial, leaving barely a trace on the memories of classmates and teachers alike. Yet behind those ordinary features, something twisted in the darkness of his developing mind. Child psychologists would later identify warning signs that went unrecognized. The unusual fascination with control, the absence of genuine emotional connection, the cold calculation that flickered behind his eyes when he thought no one was watching. As East Germany crumbled and the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, Willie found himself adrift in a newly unified nation that promised opportunity but delivered chaos. The structured, predictable world of communist control vanished overnight, replaced by capitalism's ruthless competition and social Darwinism. For those without skills, connections, or the ability to adapt quickly, the new Germany felt less like liberation and more like abandonment. Willie watched others succeed while his own attempts at business floundered and failed. He tried his hand at various ventures, small construction projects, vehicle sales, equipment rentals, but each endeavor collapsed under the weight of his incompetence and the mounting pressure of debts he could not pay. Financial desperation gnawed at his confidence, transforming frustration into rage. He began to view the world through a lens of bitter resentment, convinced that others possessed advantages denied to him, that success came not from merit but from manipulation and exploitation. This toxic worldview fermented in his thoughts, poisoning his perspective until he saw other people not as fellow human beings but as obstacles, tools, or prey. The boundaries that separate civilization from savagery, compassion from cruelty, began to dissolve in his mind like morning mist burned away by a merciless sun. The transformation from failed businessman to calculating predator did not happen in a single moment of madness. Instead, Kimritz descended through stages of moral corruption, each step taking him further from humanity. He started small, petty frauds, stolen goods, lies that cost others their savings. When these crimes went unpunished or lightly punished, he grew bolder. The thrill of deception excited him in ways legitimate success never had. He discovered he possessed a talent for manipulation, an ability to read people's vulnerabilities and exploit their trust. This skill became his weapon, sharper and more effective than any blade. By 1988, Kimritz had moved beyond property crimes into territory far darker. He began to fantasize about control, absolute, total control over another human being. The fantasies grew more elaborate and disturbing, feeding on themselves until imagination no longer satisfied him. He needed to make the visions real, to transform thought into action, to cross the final threshold that separates the civilized from the monstrous. The forests surrounding Brandenburg became his hunting ground. These ancient woodlands, stretching for kilometers in every direction, offered perfect cover for predatory intent. Dense pines blocked sunlight even at midday, creating perpetual twilight where visibility vanished beyond a few meters. Trails wound through the wilderness like veins through diseased tissue, connecting small towns and villages, but leaving vast expanses where a person could vanish without a trace. Local residents used these forests for recreation, hiking, cycling, gathering mushrooms in autumn, never suspecting that death had claimed this territory as its own. Kimritz studied the patterns of forest visitors with the patience of a spider spinning its web. He learned which trails attracted solitary hikers, which parking areas saw the least traffic, which times of day offered maximum isolation. He acquired vehicles, sometimes legitimately purchased, sometimes stolen, that allowed him to transport victims and dispose of evidence. He researched police procedures, learning how investigators worked crime scenes and traced evidence. Knowledge became power, and power fed his growing compulsion to kill. His method required careful planning. Unlike impulsive killers who struck in moments of rage or passion, Kimritz approached murder as a businessman approaches a transaction, calculating risks, maximizing advantage, eliminating variables that might lead to failure. He carried tools for every contingency: ropes for restraint, knives for intimidation, weapons for ensuring compliance. He scouted disposal sites in advance, identifying ravines and dense thickets where bodies might remain hidden for weeks or months. The psychological mechanisms that normally prevent human beings from harming others had corroded in Kimritz's mind like rust eating through metal. Empathy, the ability to feel another person's pain as one's own, had atrophied through years of self-centered resentment. Conscience, that internal voice that whispers warnings against immoral actions, had been silenced by layers of justification and denial. He convinced himself that his victims deserved their fate, that they represented the society that had rejected and humiliated him, that their suffering balanced some cosmic equation of justice only he understood. As 1988 progressed toward its violent conclusion, Kimritz felt ready. The fantasies had crystallized into intent. The planning had created opportunity. All that remained was selecting his first victim, the person whose death would transform him forever from someone who imagined killing into someone who actually murdered. He did not have to wait long. The first victim remains partially shrouded in the fog of incomplete records and imperfect investigation. What is known paints a picture of calculated cruelty and stunning callousness. Kimritz selected someone vulnerable, possibly a hitchhiker seeking a ride, possibly a hiker who accepted help with directions, possibly someone whose trust he gained through his practiced charm and ordinary appearance. The exact circumstances vanished with the victim's life, but the outcome remained brutally clear. Somewhere in those dark forests, Kimritz enacted his violent fantasies on an actual human being. The victim's terror became real, transformed from abstract concept into visceral reality. Screams that echoed through pine trees, struggles that bruised and bloodied, pleas for mercy that fell on ears deafened by rage and excitement. Whatever happened in those final moments, it ended with a life extinguished and a killer reborn. The psychological impact of that first murder cannot be understated. Kimritz had crossed a threshold from which no return was possible. He had proven to himself that he could kill, could watch life drain from another person's eyes, could walk away from the corpse of someone whose dreams and hopes and loves meant nothing to him. More significantly, he discovered that killing excited him in ways nothing else ever had. The absolute power over life and death, the godlike ability to decide who lived and who died, intoxicated him more thoroughly than any drug. But intoxication demands increasing doses to achieve the same high. One murder would not suffice. The memory of that first kill began to fade, losing its potency, becoming insufficient to satisfy his growing appetite. He needed more victims, more terror, more confirmation of his power over life and death. The forests of Brandenburg would provide ample opportunity for his escalating bloodlust. As autumn gave way to winter, Kimritz refined his approach. Each murder taught lessons about efficiency, about minimizing risk, about maximizing the satisfaction he derived from his victim's suffering. He learned which methods of restraint proved most effective, which threats compelled the most complete compliance, which forms of torture produced the reactions that excited him most intensely. His victims came from different backgrounds and circumstances, but they shared common characteristics that marked them as vulnerable. Some traveled alone through isolated areas. Some trusted too readily the helpful stranger offering assistance. Some lacked the physical strength to resist once he revealed his true intentions. Some simply found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong moment, their fate sealed by nothing more than tragic coincidence. Kimritz developed a signature approach, a modus operandi that reflected both his psychological needs and practical considerations. He preferred to gain control through deception rather than immediate violence, approaching potential victims with manufactured crises or offers of help that disguised his predatory intent. Once he isolated someone away from potential witnesses and assistants, the mask dropped away to reveal the monster underneath. The violence itself served multiple purposes for Kimritz. Partially, it represented revenge against a society he believed had wronged him, each victim a proxy for the world that rejected his ambitions and dismissed his importance. Partially, it satisfied deep psychological compulsions rooted in his need for absolute control and domination. Partially, it simply excited him, triggering brain chemistry that made him feel alive and powerful in ways ordinary life never approached. Between murders, Kimritz maintained the facade of normalcy. He interacted with family members, business associates, casual acquaintances, none suspecting that the man before them harbored such darkness. This ability to compartmentalize his life, to function normally in society while simultaneously planning and executing horrific crimes, marked him as a particular type of predator. The organized serial killer whose intelligence and self-control made him far more dangerous than impulsive murderers who quickly made mistakes leading to their capture. The forests kept his secrets well. Bodies remained undiscovered for weeks or months, decomposition and animal activity obscuring evidence that might have led investigators to the killer. When victims did surface, connecting them to a single perpetrator proved difficult. Different locations, different victim profiles, and limited physical evidence meant that police initially treated each case as potentially isolated rather than recognizing the pattern of serial murder taking shape across Brandenburg. The year 1989 marked the acceleration of Willy Kimritz's campaign of terror. As East and West Germany moved toward reunification and history pivoted on momentous political changes, a more intimate horror unfolded in the shadows of Brandenburg's forests. The killer grew bolder, struck more frequently, and refined his technique with the terrible efficiency of practice making perfect. His hunting pattern established itself with grim consistency. Kimritz would patrol the forest roads and trails in his vehicle, searching for opportunities with the patience of a predator who understood that haste led to mistakes. He looked for isolated individuals whose disappearance might not trigger immediate alarm, travelers passing through the area, people whose connections to local communities remained tenuous, those whose absence might go unreported for crucial hours or days. When he spotted suitable prey, Kimritz employed various strategies to gain proximity and control. Sometimes he manufactured vehicle trouble, flagging down potential victims with apparent need for assistance. Sometimes he approached hikers with warnings about dangerous conditions ahead or offers to transport them to better trails. Sometimes he simply followed targets to isolated locations and revealed his intent only when they stood too far from help to escape. The moment of transition from helpful stranger to lethal threat became his signature. Witnesses who encountered Kimritz and survived, those he deemed unsuitable for various reasons or those lucky enough to escape his initial approach, later described the chilling transformation. His expression would shift, warmth draining from his features like water from a broken vessel, replaced by something cold and reptilian. His voice would change, losing its friendly cadence and adopting tones of command and threat. The ordinary man vanished, and the predator emerged. Once he gained control of a victim, Kimritz transported them deeper into the forest, away from trails and roads where someone might stumble upon the scene. He selected locations with deliberate care, places where visibility remained limited, where the sounds of struggle and suffering would dissipate among the trees, where he could work without interruption to satisfy his dark compulsions. The violence he inflicted defied easy description. Kimritz did not simply kill, he terrorized. He used psychological torture alongside physical brutality, informing victims of their coming fate in graphic detail, savoring their fear and desperation. He employed restraints that caused pain and panic, ropes that cut into flesh, positions that induced cramping and distress, methods that left his victims helpless and aware of every approaching horror. Sexual violence became a component of many attacks. Kimritz used rape as another tool of domination and degradation, another means of asserting absolute power over those who fell into his hands. The sexual assault served his psychological needs more than physical gratification. It represented the ultimate violation, the complete subjugation of another human being to his will and desires. The murders themselves varied in method but shared common elements of cruelty. Strangulation featured prominently in his repertoire, a method that required sustained physical contact and allowed him to watch the life fade from his victim's eyes. Stabbing offered different satisfactions: the sensation of blade penetrating flesh, the warm gush of blood, the visceral immediacy of knife work. Some victims died quickly, their suffering compressed into minutes of terror. Others endured hours of torture before Kimritz finally granted them the release of death. After each murder, Kimritz faced the practical challenge of disposal. Bodies required concealment to delay discovery and complicate investigation. He dragged or carried corpses to ravines, covered them with branches and forest debris, or concealed them in dense undergrowth where they might remain hidden for extended periods. Sometimes he transported remains to different locations entirely, separating dump sites from kill sites to confuse potential investigation. The psychological aftermath of murder proved complicated. Immediately following each killing, Kimritz experienced a euphoric high, a cocktail of adrenaline, satisfaction, and relief that left him feeling powerful and alive. This period might last hours or days, during which he replayed the murder in his mind, savoring favorite moments and details. He retained trophies from some victims, personal items that served as physical reminders of his crimes and his power. But the high inevitably faded, leaving him craving repetition. The memories lost their potency, became insufficient to trigger the same intense reactions. Depression and emptiness crept in, filling the void left by dissipating excitement. Only planning the next murder could lift his spirits, restore his sense of purpose and power. Thus the cycle perpetuated itself, murder creating temporary satisfaction that decayed into compulsion to kill again. Throughout this killing season, Kimritz maintained his civilian life with remarkable discipline. He attended to business matters, however unsuccessful they might be. He interacted with family without raising alarm. He presented himself to the world as an ordinary man facing ordinary struggles. Financial difficulties, relationship problems, the mundane challenges of life in post-reunification Germany. This dual existence required constant management. Kimritz compartmentalized his identity, constructing mental walls between his public persona and his private reality. When interacting with others in normal contexts, he suppressed awareness of his crimes, pushed memories of violence into locked mental chambers. When hunting and killing, he suppressed his civilian identity, becoming entirely the predator with no room for ordinary human concerns. The physical evidence of his crimes began accumulating despite his efforts at concealment. Forest workers discovered the first body in early 1989, badly decomposed but clearly the victim of violence. The corpse had been partially concealed but not well enough to prevent eventual discovery. Police investigators recognized signs of intentional killing, evidence of restraint, indicators of sexual assault, wounds consistent with murder rather than accident or natural death. Initial investigation faced substantial challenges. The advanced decomposition limited forensic analysis. The remote location of the dump site yielded little useful physical evidence. No tire tracks on the hard forest floor, no witnesses who might have seen vehicles or suspicious activity. The victim's identity remained uncertain for weeks until missing person reports provided potential matches and dental records confirmed a name. More bodies surfaced throughout 1989 as Kimritz's pace accelerated. Each discovery triggered new investigation, but connections between cases remained elusive. Different locations, different degrees of decomposition, different levels of physical evidence. These factors initially obscured the pattern. Some investigators suspected a serial killer might be operating in the area, but building a definitive case required more evidence, clearer links between victims. The victims themselves began to form a pattern recognizable to trained investigators. Most traveled alone or in circumstances that isolated them from companions. Most had been sexually assaulted before or during their murders. Most showed evidence of restraint and torture. Most had been concealed in forest locations with varying degrees of sophistication. These commonalities suggested a single perpetrator whose methods and preferences remained consistent across multiple killings. Public awareness of the murders grew gradually as media reported on the discovered bodies and police investigations. Fear rippled through communities surrounding the Brandenburg forests. People who had always viewed these woodlands as benign recreational spaces began to see them differently, as potential hunting grounds for a predator whose identity and whereabouts remained unknown. Women became particularly cautious, avoiding solo travel through isolated areas, treating helpful strangers with suspicion. The psychological impact on regional communities proved profound. Trust eroded as residents wondered whether the killer might be someone they knew. A neighbor, a coworker, an acquaintance whose ordinary exterior concealed monstrous capacity. Parents warned children away from forests where they had previously played freely. Hikers traveled in groups rather than alone. The shadow of unknown danger transformed familiar landscapes into territories of fear. Kimritz watched these developments with interest and amusement. He followed media coverage of his crimes, savoring the descriptions of fear and the speculation about the killer's identity. He felt pride in the attention his murders generated, the disruption they caused, the power they demonstrated. He had become significant, important, someone whom society could not ignore, even if they did not yet know his name. This attention fed his ego and encouraged escalation. Why stop when his campaign of terror proved so effective? Why cease when killing provided satisfaction nothing else approached? The logical conclusion became obvious. Continue hunting, continue killing, continue demonstrating his power until forced to stop by capture or death. The forests of Brandenburg offered no shortage of potential victims. The region's sparse population and vast wilderness created abundant opportunities for someone with Kimritz's predatory skills and lack of conscience. Each successful murder reinforced his confidence that he could continue indefinitely, that his intelligence and caution would protect him from consequences, that he had discovered the perfect crime repeated successfully. His technique continued evolving through experience. He learned which approaches worked most effectively for different potential victims. He refined his restraint methods to maximize control while minimizing evidence. He improved his disposal techniques to better conceal bodies and delay discovery. Each murder became a learning opportunity, each investigation a source of intelligence about law enforcement methods and priorities. The sexual component of his crimes intensified as inhibitions dissolved and fantasies expanded. Kimritz inflicted increasingly brutal violations on his victims, using sexual violence as another canvas for expressing his dominance and satisfying his compulsion for control. The assaults became more elaborate, more degrading, more focused on psychological destruction alongside physical violation. Some victims fought back despite their terror and disadvantage. These struggles excited Kimritz in particular. He enjoyed overpowering resistance, defeating attempts at escape, crushing hope with overwhelming force. The physical combat, however brief and one-sided, added an element of challenge and satisfaction to encounters that might otherwise feel too easy. As 1989 drew toward its close, Kimritz had established himself as Brandenburg's most prolific active killer. The exact number of his victims remained uncertain. Some bodies remained undiscovered, some missing persons might or might not be his work, some evidence had degraded beyond definitive analysis. But conservative estimates placed his kill count in double digits, with the true number potentially significantly higher. The investigation continued building momentum despite the challenges. Police assembled a task force dedicated specifically to the forest murders, pooling resources and expertise from multiple jurisdictions. Forensic specialists analyzed every scrap of physical evidence recovered from dump sites and victims. Psychological profilers developed theories about the killer's personality, motivations, and likely behaviors. The net was slowly tightening around Willy Kimritz, though he remained unaware of how close investigators were coming to identifying him. The transition into 1990 brought no respite from Willy Kimritz's murderous rampage. If anything, His compulsion intensified as the body count climbed and his confidence in his invulnerability grew. He had killed repeatedly without capture, had walked among ordinary citizens without raising suspicion, had proven to himself that he possessed both the will and capability to take human life at his discretion. This sense of power intoxicated him more thoroughly than any substance, driving him to ever more frequent hunts through the Brandenburg wilderness. The new year also brought increased law enforcement attention to the pattern of murders plaguing the region. The task force assembled to investigate the killings had grown substantially, incorporating detectives and forensic specialists from across Germany. These professionals recognized they faced an intelligent, organized predator whose crimes showed sophistication uncommon among serial killers. The evidence suggested someone familiar with police procedures, someone who understood how investigations worked and took deliberate steps to frustrate forensic analysis and identification. Investigators employed multiple strategies to narrow their search for the killer. They analyzed geographic patterns, mapping dump sites and last known locations of victims to identify areas of concentration. They developed psychological profiles based on crime scene evidence, victim selection, and methods of killing. They conducted extensive interviews with anyone who might have encountered suspicious individuals in the forest areas during relevant time periods. One breakthrough came from survivor testimony. Not every person who encountered Kimritz during his predatory forays ended up murdered. Some potential victims escaped when circumstances proved unfavorable for attack. Other people appeared unexpectedly, or the potential victim exhibited caution that made approach too risky, or Kimritz decided for various reasons that the person did not suit his needs. These survivors provided crucial information about a man who offered help or approached hikers in the forests, someone whose description began to form a composite that investigators could pursue. The descriptions shared common elements. A man of average build and height, unremarkable features, usually driving a vehicle that varied but tended toward older models that would not attract attention. His manner initially seemed helpful and friendly, but some survivors noted something unsettling in his eyes or his questions, an intensity that triggered alarm bells for those sensitive to danger signals. Forensic evidence, though limited, also provided leads. Tire impressions recovered from several dump site access roads showed consistent patterns suggesting similar or identical vehicles. Trace evidence from victims' bodies included fibers and soil samples that could be compared against potential suspects' vehicles and clothing. DNA technology, still relatively new in 1990, offered possibilities for connecting crimes definitively once investigators identified potential perpetrators. The task force also employed proactive strategies to prevent additional murders and potentially catch the killer in action. They increased patrols in high-risk forest areas, deployed both uniformed and plainclothes officers to monitor trails and parking areas, and established communication networks allowing rapid response to suspicious activity reports. Local media cooperated by broadcasting safety warnings and requesting public assistance in identifying anyone matching the composite description. For Kimritz, these developments created new challenges. The increased police presence made hunting more difficult and risky. The survivor descriptions, though imperfect, created a possibility that someone might recognize him. The public awareness meant potential victims exercised greater caution, making them harder to approach and isolate. The investigation was closing distance on him, though he did not yet realize how much information police had assembled. His response to these pressures revealed his psychological state. Rather than retreating and ceasing his crimes, Kimritz doubled down. The increased difficulty excited him, transformed hunting from shooting fish in a barrel into more challenging sport. He took greater risks, approached potential victims with less preliminary caution, selected targets more boldly. This escalation stemmed partially from his addiction to the killing high and partially from arrogance. He believed his intelligence and caution made him invincible, that police efforts would ultimately prove futile. The murders during early 1990 showed signs of this increasing recklessness. Kimritz attacked victims in areas with greater foot traffic, left bodies less carefully concealed, allowed witnesses to see his vehicle near crime scenes. Each successful murder, despite the increased risks, reinforced his belief in his superiority and invulnerability. He began to view the investigation not as a serious threat, but as a game he was winning, a contest between his brilliance and law enforcement's plotting incompetence. This arrogance would prove his undoing. One particular murder early in 1990 provided the breakthrough investigators needed. The victim, a young woman hiking alone through a popular forest trail, encountered Kimritz when he approached offering directions to a supposedly superior trail with better scenery. She accepted his help, walking with him away from the main path toward an isolated area where he revealed his true intentions. What Kimritz did not know was that the woman had told a friend where she planned to hike and when she expected to return. When she failed to check in at the agreed time, the friend immediately contacted police. The rapid response meant that when her body was discovered, only hours after the murder rather than days or weeks, forensic evidence remained relatively fresh and intact. The crime scene yielded multiple crucial pieces of evidence. Tire tracks in the soft ground near the dump site provided detailed impressions. Footprints showed both the victim's and another person's shoes, with the distinctive tread pattern of the killer's boots clearly visible. Most significantly, DNA evidence was recovered from the victim's body, semen that could be definitively matched to whoever had committed the rape and murder. Investigators also recovered fiber evidence and a partial fingerprint on a piece of rope used to restrain the victim. These forensic finds represented the most comprehensive physical evidence recovered from any of the forest murders. The challenge now became identifying a suspect whose DNA and fingerprints could be compared against the samples. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. Kimritz's failed business ventures had left a trail of angry creditors and legal disputes. One such creditor, frustrated by Kimritz's evasion of payment, filed a police report alleging fraud. During the routine investigation of this complaint, an alert detective noticed something about Kimritz's description and vehicle that matched elements from the forest murder investigation. This coincidental connection triggered deeper scrutiny. Investigators checked Kimritz's background and discovered a history of minor offenses, financial improprieties, and suspicious behavior patterns. They confirmed he lived within the geographic area where murders had concentrated. They established he possessed vehicles matching those described by survivors and seen near crime scenes. He emerged as a strong suspect worthy of intensive investigation. Placing Kimritz under surveillance revealed disturbing patterns. He spent significant time driving through forest areas with no apparent legitimate purpose. He was observed watching hikers and travelers with intensity suggesting more than casual interest. His movements and activities aligned with the profile investigators had developed for the killer. The decision to arrest Kimritz required balancing multiple considerations. Law enforcement wanted sufficient evidence to ensure conviction rather than risking premature arrest that might allow a guilty man to escape justice on technicalities. They needed legal authority for searches that would recover definitive evidence. They faced pressure from the public and media to stop the murders that had terrorized the region for nearly 2 years. The breakthrough came when investigators obtained legal authority to collect DNA samples from Kimritz based on the accumulating circumstantial evidence. They executed this collection through a routine traffic stop, obtaining saliva samples under pretense of a driver license check. The samples went immediately to forensic laboratories for comparison against the DNA recovered from the most recent murder victim. The results came back with scientific certainty. The DNA matched. Willie Kimritz was the killer who had murdered the young hiker and, by extension, the likely perpetrator of the other forest murders, showing similar patterns and methods. Armed with this definitive evidence, police moved to arrest Kimritz before he could claim additional victims. They assembled a tactical team to execute the arrest, anticipating potential resistance from someone who had proven capable of extreme violence. The operation was planned with military precision, timing calculated to minimize risk, contingencies developed for various scenarios, backup resources positioned for rapid deployment if needed. The arrest occurred on a spring morning in April 1990. Police intercepted Kimritz as he drove through a forest area, forcing his vehicle to stop and surrounding him with armed officers before he could react. The surprised killer initially attempted to maintain his ordinary citizen persona, expressing confusion and demanding explanations. But when confronted with the DNA evidence and the full extent of the investigation against him, his facade crumbled. Kimritz's first reaction was silence. He invoked his legal rights and refused to make statements without an attorney present. This tactical decision reflected his intelligence and understanding of the legal system. Anything he said could be used against him, so silence served his interests better than attempting to explain or deny. The arrest triggered extensive searches of Kimmert's properties and vehicles. These searches yielded a treasure trove of evidence connecting him to multiple murders. Investigators discovered trophies taken from victims, jewelry, identification cards, personal items that had belonged to the dead. They found tools consistent with those used in the murders, ropes matching those used for restraint, knives bearing trace evidence of blood. They recovered fibers and soil samples that matched materials found on victims and at crime scenes. Perhaps most damning were the maps found in Kimmert's possession. Detailed forest maps with marked locations that corresponded to where bodies had been discovered, where victims had last been seen, where potential hunting grounds offered isolation and cover. These maps demonstrated premeditation and planning, proved that Kimmertz had carefully selected his killing grounds and dump sites rather than acting impulsively. Additional forensic analysis of Kimmert's vehicles provided further evidence. Blood traces were detected despite cleaning attempts. DNA samples recovered from interior surfaces matched victims. Fiber evidence linked the vehicles to crime scenes. The scientific case against Kimmertz grew overwhelming, layer upon layer of evidence connecting him definitively to the murders. As investigators built their case, the full scope of Kimmert's crimes became clearer. He was definitively linked to at least 8 murders, with strong circumstantial evidence connecting him to several more. The true victim count might never be known with certainty. Some bodies remained undiscovered in the vast Brandenburg forests. Some missing persons might be his victims without sufficient evidence to prove it. Some evidence had degraded beyond usefulness. The arrest sent shockwaves through the region. Relief that the killer had been caught mingled with horror at learning his identity. People who had encountered Kimmertz in everyday contexts, business associates, neighbors, casual acquaintances, struggled to reconcile the ordinary man they remembered with the monster revealed by investigation. Some claimed they had always sensed something wrong about him. Some insisted they had never detected the darkness he concealed. All grappled with how evil could hide so effectively behind normalcy. For the families of victims, Kimmert's arrest brought mixed emotions. Relief that justice might finally be served competed with grief that could never fully heal. Knowing who killed their loved ones answered some questions but raised others. Why these particular victims? What suffering had they endured? Could their deaths have been prevented if police had moved faster or investigated more effectively? The legal proceedings against Willy Kimmertz unfolded with the grinding inevitability of a judicial system designed more for thoroughness than speed. Between his arrest in April 1990 and the commencement of his trial, months passed while prosecutors assembled their case and defense attorneys explored every possible avenue to challenge the evidence or mitigate their client's culpability. Kimmertz himself remained largely silent throughout the pretrial period. His attorneys advised against making statements that might be used against him, and he possessed sufficient self-control to follow this counsel despite the intense pressure and scrutiny. The man who had demonstrated such brutal dominance over his victims now sat passive and controlled in custody, presenting a face of calm that belied the monstrous acts he had committed. The prosecution faced the challenge of presenting evidence in a manner that would ensure conviction on the maximum number of charges. They possessed definitive physical evidence linking Kimmertz to several murders, strong circumstantial evidence connecting him to others, and overwhelming indication that he was responsible for the full scope of forest killings that had terrorized Brandenburg. The legal strategy focused on the strongest cases while preserving the possibility of additional charges if further evidence emerged. The trial began in late 1990 in a courtroom packed with media representatives, victim family members, and curious observers seeking to glimpse the monster who had haunted their region. Security was intense, both to protect Kimmertz from potential vigilante violence and to maintain order in emotionally charged proceedings that would detail acts of extreme brutality and depravity. The prosecution's case unfolded methodically over weeks of testimony and evidence presentation. Forensic experts explained DNA matches, fiber analysis, blood spatter patterns, and other technical evidence connecting Kimmertz to specific murders. Investigators described the painstaking work of assembling the case against him, the surveillance, the interviews, the correlation of evidence across multiple crime scenes. Survivors who had encountered Kimritz testified about his approaches and demeanor, providing context for understanding how he selected and manipulated potential victims. Their testimony humanized the investigation, transformed abstract forensic evidence into stories of real people who had narrowly escaped death through fortune or intuition that warned them away from the helpful stranger. The most emotionally devastating testimony came from pathologists who had examined the victims' remains. Their clinical descriptions of injuries, evidence of torture, indicators of sexual assault, and prolonged suffering painted a picture of cruelty that left the courtroom in stunned silence. Family members wept openly as they heard detailed accounts of what their loved ones had endured in their final hours. The defense strategy focused on technical challenges to evidence collection and forensic analysis, questioning whether procedures had been properly followed and whether the science definitively proved what prosecutors claimed. Defense attorneys suggested alternative explanations for evidence, proposed that other perpetrators might be responsible for some murders, argued that the case against Kimritz was circumstantial rather than conclusive. These challenges found little traction against the overwhelming weight of evidence. The DNA matches were scientifically certain. The trophies found in Kimritz's possession could not be explained away as coincidence. The maps with marked locations corresponding to crime scenes demonstrated knowledge only the killer could possess. The fiber and trace evidence linked him to victims and crime scenes through multiple independent lines of analysis. As the prosecution's case concluded, pressure mounted on the defense to present alternative explanations or mitigating factors. Kimritz's attorneys attempted to argue diminished capacity, that their client suffered from psychological conditions that impaired his ability to control his behavior or appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions. They presented expert witnesses who testified about personality disorders, potential childhood trauma, and mental health issues that might explain his descent into serial murder. The prosecution countered with their own psychological experts who testified that while Kimritz might possess antisocial traits and lack normal empathy, he clearly understood his actions were wrong and illegal. The evidence of planning, his careful selection of isolated locations, his efforts to conceal bodies and evidence, his maintenance of a normal facade, all these factors demonstrated conscious control and awareness that undermined diminished capacity claims. When the opportunity came for Kimritz to address the court, many expected he would remain silent or offer brief, calculated remarks. Instead, he delivered a rambling statement that revealed the twisted reasoning behind his crimes. He blamed society for his failures, insisted that his victims had somehow wronged him or represented the injustices he had suffered, attempted to justify his violence as response to a world that had denied him success and respect. The statement contained no genuine remorse, no authentic understanding of the suffering he had inflicted, no recognition of his victims' humanity. The courtroom listened in horrified fascination as Kimritz spoke. His words confirmed what the evidence had suggested, that he viewed himself as the true victim, that he possessed no capacity for empathy or genuine emotional connection to others, that behind his ordinary exterior existed something fundamentally broken and dangerous. When he finished speaking, the silence in the courtroom felt heavy with revulsion and disbelief that a human being could so thoroughly lack basic moral understanding. The prosecution's closing arguments synthesized weeks of testimony and evidence into a comprehensive narrative of predatory violence and calculated cruelty. They traced Kimritz's evolution from failed businessman to serial killer, documented the suffering he had inflicted on at least 8 confirmed victims and likely several more, demonstrated through overwhelming evidence that he had terrorized Brandenburg's forests for nearly 2 years before his capture. They requested the maximum sentences allowed under German law, multiple life terms that would ensure Kimritz never again walked free to harm others. The defense's closing arguments attempted to humanize their client, portraying him as someone shaped by difficult circumstances and psychological damage beyond his control. They requested lenience, suggested that lengthy imprisonment with psychiatric treatment might serve justice better than purely punitive sentencing, argued that even someone who had committed terrible crimes remained a human being worthy of some consideration. The German courts employed panels of professional judges rather than jury trials for serious criminal cases, retired to deliberate on the verdict and sentencing. Their deliberations lasted several days as they reviewed the extensive evidence and testimony, ensuring that their conclusions would withstand appellate scrutiny. The verdict, when delivered, surprised no one. Willie Kimritz was found guilty on 8 counts of murder, multiple counts of kidnapping, numerous counts of sexual assault, and various other charges related to his crimes. The evidence had proven overwhelming, the forensic science conclusive, the circumstantial case reinforced by physical evidence that left no reasonable doubt about his guilt. The sentencing reflected the severity of his crimes. Kimritz received multiple life sentences to be served consecutively, with a determination that he represented an ongoing danger to society requiring indefinite incarceration. Under German law, life sentences theoretically allowed for parole consideration after 15 years, but the court's findings regarding Kimritz's dangerousness and lack of remorse made future release extraordinarily unlikely. As guards escorted the convicted killer from the courtroom for the final time, he showed no visible emotion. No tears, no anger, no reaction to the life sentences that would confine him until death. The mask of normalcy he had worn while hunting victims had been replaced by a different mask, one of complete indifference to the consequences of his actions and the suffering he had caused. For the victims' families, the verdict and sentencing brought a measure of closure, though their grief remained unhealed and perhaps unhealable. Justice had been served in the formal legal sense. The killer had been identified, tried, convicted, and sentenced. But no legal outcome could restore their loved ones to life, could erase the knowledge of what those loved ones had suffered, could fully answer the question of why their family members had been selected by a predator's random cruelty. The trial's conclusion allowed investigators to close cases that had consumed their professional lives for years. The task force that had pursued Kimritz could finally disband, its members returning to regular assignments with the satisfaction of having removed a dangerous predator from society. Some would struggle with the psychological aftermath of immersing themselves in such darkness. The crime scene photographs, the autopsy reports, the detailed evidence of human cruelty that no amount of professional detachment could fully shield them from experiencing emotionally. The broader community began the slower process of healing from collective trauma. The forests of Brandenburg would forever carry the shadow of what had occurred there, but gradually they could be reclaimed for innocent purposes. Hikers returned to trails with greater caution, but also with growing confidence that the danger had passed. Families allowed children to explore woodlands that had been forbidden territory during the killing spree. The landscape itself remained unchanged, indifferent to the human dramas of violence and justice that had played out among its trees. Psychological experts and criminologists studied the Kimritz case extensively, seeking to understand what drove a seemingly ordinary person to commit such extraordinary evil. His crimes fit established patterns of serial killers: the need for control, the sexual component to violence, the careful planning, the ability to maintain a normal facade while secretly killing. Yet each serial killer also possessed unique characteristics, and understanding the specific factors that created Willie Kimritz might help prevent future tragedies. The case raised uncomfortable questions about evil's nature and origin. Was Kimritz born with some fundamental defect that inevitably led to murder, or did circumstances and choices transform him from normal person to monster? Could intervention at some earlier point have redirected him away from violence, or was his trajectory towards serial killing essentially unavoidable once certain psychological patterns established themselves? These questions resisted simple answers, leaving experts and observers to grapple with the uncomfortable reality that human nature contains capacities for both tremendous compassion and shocking cruelty. Kimritz's incarceration provided some opportunities for study and understanding. Prison psychologists interviewed him extensively, though he proved an unreliable narrator of his own story, alternately grandiose and evasive, sometimes claiming remorse that appeared performative rather than genuine, other times defending his actions with twisted logic. He maintained his innocence regarding several murders where evidence remained circumstantial, though investigators believed with moral certainty he had committed far more killings than the 8 for which he was formally convicted. The victims themselves deserved remembrance beyond their status as entries in a killer's body count. Each had been a complete person with dreams, relationships, talents, and potential futures that Kimritz had stolen. Some had been students pursuing education and career goals. Some had been workers supporting themselves and families. Some had been travelers exploring new places and experiences. All had trusted a stranger who offered help or directions, never suspecting that kindness could mask such lethal intent. Memorials were established to honor the victims and acknowledge their loss. In some communities, Plaques or markers commemorated those who had died, ensuring that their names would not be forgotten and that their deaths would serve as warnings about the dangers that could lurk behind ordinary faces. These memorials became places where families could grieve and where the broader community could acknowledge the tragedy that had touched them all. The media coverage of the case eventually faded as newer stories captured public attention, but for those directly affected, victim families, investigators, community members, the impact remained permanent. Some families channeled their grief into advocacy for victims' rights or support for similar families facing loss through violence. Some investigators found themselves forever changed by the case, viewing the world through lenses colored by intimate knowledge of human evil's capabilities. Kimritz himself adapted to prison life with the same compartmentalization skills that had allowed him to function normally while secretly murdering. He followed institutional rules, avoided conflicts with other inmates, presented himself as a model prisoner despite the horrific crimes that had brought him to incarceration. This ability to shift personas and navigate different social environments had served him throughout his life, from failed businessman to deadly predator to compliant prisoner. Years passed with Kimritz aging behind bars, his physical capacity for violence diminishing with time, while the psychological drives that had fueled his killing spree remained locked in his mind. He would occasionally grant interviews to researchers or journalists, carefully controlling his narrative and revealing only what served his interests. These interviews offered glimpses into his twisted worldview, but never the full truth of his motivations or the complete extent of his crimes. The Brandenburg Forest murders became a cautionary tale studied by law enforcement agencies training officers in serial crime investigation. The case demonstrated the importance of recognizing patterns across jurisdictions, the value of forensic evidence when carefully preserved and analyzed, the necessity of public cooperation in providing tips and information. It also highlighted how predators could exploit trust and isolation to target vulnerable people, lessons that informed public safety campaigns and education programs. For criminology students and true crime enthusiasts, the Kimritz case represented a textbook example of an organized serial killer, someone whose intelligence and planning made him far more dangerous than impulsive murderers. The contrast between his ordinary exterior and monstrous actions illustrated how deeply evil could conceal itself, how dangerous the assumption that monsters always look monstrous could be. The forests themselves eventually returned to normalcy in the public imagination. New generations of hikers explored the trails without knowledge of the horrors that had occurred there decades earlier. The trees that had witnessed unspeakable violence stood silent and indifferent, their branches swaying in breezes that carried no memory of screams or suffering. Nature reclaimed the dump sites where bodies had been concealed, covering human tragedy with new growth and the endless cycles of death and renewal that characterized the natural world. Yet for those who remembered, who carried the scars of what Willie Kimritz had done, the forests would forever hold shadows that went beyond mere absence of light. They would see those dark places and remember that evil had walked there, that innocent people had suffered and died among the pines, that a predator had claimed the wilderness as his hunting ground until justice finally stopped him. Kimritz remains incarcerated to this day, serving his multiple life sentences in a high-security German prison. Now elderly and physically diminished, he poses no immediate threat to society. Yet his release remains unthinkable given the severity of his crimes and the assessment that he lacks genuine remorse or rehabilitation. He will almost certainly die behind bars, his life's legacy reduced to the suffering he inflicted and the terror he created. The final tally of his victims may never be fully known. 8 murders were proven beyond reasonable doubt in court. Several other disappearances remain officially unsolved but strongly suspected to be his work. Some bodies may never be discovered, hidden so effectively in the vast Brandenburg forests that they will remain lost forever. The true number could be significantly higher than the confirmed count, a grim uncertainty that haunts investigators who dedicated years to stopping him. The horror of Brandenburg Forest serves as a stark reminder of evil's capacity to hide in plain sight, to wear the face of normalcy while harboring monstrous intent. Willie Kimritz looked like countless other middle-aged men struggling through life's disappointments. Nothing in his appearance screamed danger or warned potential victims away. This ordinariness became his greatest weapon, allowing him to approach and gain trust from people who would have fled from someone who looked threatening. His story forces confrontation with uncomfortable truths about human nature. Evil does not always announce itself with obvious signs. Monsters are not always recognizable as such until they reveal their true nature. The capacity for violence and cruelty exists in people who seem entirely normal in their everyday interactions. These realities make the world feel less safe, less predictable, but denying them serves no protective purpose. The legacy of Willie Kimritz is written in graveyards where his victims lie buried, in the tears of families who still mourn decades later, in the caution with which people now approach strangers in isolated places, in the knowledge that trust must be tempered with awareness that danger can wear a friendly face. It is written in the case files that train new generations of investigators, in the psychological studies that attempt to understand serial violence, in the locked prison cell where an elderly man serves sentences that will end only with his death. The forests of Brandenburg have witnessed countless stories over centuries of human habitation. Stories of life and death, love and loss, triumph and tragedy. But few chapters in those forests' history carry the darkness of the years when Willie Kimritz hunted there, when trees stood silent witness to horrors that defied civilized understanding, when the wilderness became a graveyard for innocence and trust. Justice was ultimately served through the dedication of investigators who refused to abandon their pursuit. The advancement of forensic science that could definitively connect killer to crimes, and the legal system that ensured accountability for monstrous actions. Yet justice, while necessary and important, could never fully balance the scales against what was taken. The lives cut short, the potential futures erased, the families shattered by loss. The story of Willie Kimritz, the horror of Brandenburg Forest, stands complete. A killer identified, captured, tried, convicted, and imprisoned for crimes that shocked a nation and traumatized a region. The murders have stopped, the perpetrator contained, the immediate threat eliminated. But the echoes of what he did continue resonating through lives forever changed by his violence, communities forever marked by his crimes, and a landscape forever haunted by the knowledge of what evil once walked there. In the end, Willie Kimritz remains where he belongs, locked away from society, his power to harm removed, his name synonymous with the darkness that humans sometimes embody. The forests have been reclaimed for innocent purposes, the victims remembered with honor rather than reduced to statistics, the lessons learned incorporated into ongoing efforts to prevent and solve serial crimes. The horror of Brandenburg Forest has ended, but its lessons endure. That evil hides in unexpected places, that vigilance remains necessary even in familiar surroundings, that justice requires dedication and scientific rigor, and that human resilience can survive even the darkest tragedies while honoring those who did not survive to tell their own stories. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, Jack Unterweger, the poet who wrote in blood. Some men escape prison to find freedom. Jack Unterweger escaped to find more victims. The world celebrated his redemption. His victims never got to celebrate anything again. We're diving into the darkness of a man who fooled an entire nation. A convicted killer who became a literary celebrity, walked free on the strength of his words, then turned Europe and America into his hunting ground. Jack Unterweger didn't just escape justice. He weaponized his charm, his intelligence, and his fame to kill again and again. This is the story of how a murderer became a hero, how art became his disguise, and how the very people who freed him helped him hunt. Tonight, we're tracking a predator who understood something terrifying. The best place to hide a monster is behind a smile. Vienna, 1950. The city was still clawing its way out of the rubble of war, and into this broken world came a child nobody wanted. Jack Unterweger's mother was a prostitute, a woman whose name would be whispered in shame rather than spoken with warmth. His father was an American soldier who vanished before the boy could form his first memory. The child was born into abandonment, thrust into the arms of a grandfather who wielded cruelty like a craftsman wields a tool, precisely, habitually, without remorse. The grandfather was an alcoholic, a man whose demons were never quiet, whose rage needed constant feeding. Young Jack became the fuel for that rage. Beatings weren't occasional storms in this household, they were the climate. The old man's fists fell like rain, and Jack learned early that the world was divided into those who inflict pain and those who endure it. He decided which side he wanted to be on. But there was something else brewing inside the boy, something that would prove far more dangerous than simple anger. Jack was intelligent, unervingly so. While other children struggled with basic lessons, he consumed knowledge with a hunger that teachers found both impressive and unsettling. He read voraciously, teaching himself to manipulate language the way a locksmith learns to manipulate tumblers. Words became his weapons long before he ever wrapped his hands around a woman's throat. School records paint a picture of a charming boy who could talk his way out of trouble with the ease of a practiced magician. Teachers noted his charisma, his ability to make people feel special, chosen, important. Even then, he understood the fundamental truth that would define his life. People want to believe beautiful lies more than they want to face ugly truths. By his teenage years, Jack had already begun his criminal education. Petty theft at first, small items, easy marks, nothing that would draw serious attention. But each successful theft was a lesson in vulnerability, in trust betrayed. He learned that people are soft, that they want to see good in others, that their optimism is a doorway you can walk right through if you know how to turn the handle. At 16, he graduated to pimping. The irony wasn't lost on him. His mother's profession had defined his childhood shame, and now he was profiting from other women who walked the same streets she had. But Jack didn't see women as human beings deserving of empathy. He saw them as resources to be exploited, objects to be controlled, things that existed for his benefit. This worldview would become his signature, the dark thread running through everything he touched. The streets of Vienna's red light district became his classroom, and prostitutes became his curriculum. He studied how they worked, where they felt safe, what made them vulnerable. He learned their patterns, their fears, their desperate need to believe that the next client might treat them with kindness. Jack collected this information the way other young men collected stamps or coins, methodically, obsessively, with plans for future use. By his early 20s, Jack had been in and out of prison multiple times for theft, fraud, and assault. Each stint behind bars should have been a warning, a chance for intervention, an opportunity to stop what was coming. Instead, prison became another school, and Jack was an excellent student. He learned from career criminals, absorbed their techniques, refined his own approach. More importantly, he learned patience. He learned to wait. But something was shifting inside him, something dark crystallizing into a shape that wanted more than money or control. The violence that had been inflicted upon him as a child had been transformed by his mind into something active, something purposeful. He'd spent his life being hurt, being told he was worthless, being reminded that he was the son of a whore and a ghost. Now he wanted to hurt back, not randomly, not in the heat of passion, but deliberately, artistically. December 1974. Margaret Schaefer was 18 years old, a young woman trying to survive in Vienna's unforgiving underworld. She had dreams once. Most people do, but circumstances had narrowed her options until prostitution seemed like the only door still open. She couldn't have known that on a cold winter night, she would meet a man who seemed different from the usual clients. Charming, educated, someone who talked to her like she was a person rather than a transaction. Jack Unterweger picked her up with ease. His charm was a well-oiled machine by then, every smile calculated, every word chosen to disarm. He suggested they go somewhere private, somewhere away from the cold streets and prying eyes. Margaret agreed. Why wouldn't she? He seemed safe. That was his genius. He always seemed safe. What happened in those final hours of Margaret Schaefer's life would establish a pattern that Jack would perfect over the next 2 decades. He didn't just kill her. He took his time. The attack was personal, intimate, prolonged. He used his hands. Specifically, he used her own bra to strangle her, a detail that speaks volumes about the calculated cruelty of his method. This wasn't a crime of passion or a robbery gone wrong. This was murder as expression, violence as language. When he finally watched the light leave her eyes, Jack felt something that would chase him for the rest of his life. A satisfaction so profound it bordered on the spiritual. He had taken complete control over another human being. He had reduced someone to nothing, had proven that he possessed the ultimate power, the power to end life. The boy who'd been beaten and abandoned had become the man who decided who lived and who died. He left her body in a forest outside Vienna, discarded like trash, her young life snuffed out for no reason beyond one man's need to feel powerful. The police found her days later, frozen and forgotten, just another dead prostitute in a city that had plenty of them. The investigation went nowhere at first. Dead sex workers rarely generated the urgency that other victims did. Jack understood this too. He'd chosen his target carefully. But Jack had made mistakes, the arrogance of a first kill, the learning curve of murder. There was evidence, witnesses who'd seen them together, threads that, when pulled, began to unravel his alibi. The police started closing in, conducting interviews, building their case. Even Jack's charm had limits when confronted with forensic evidence and testimony. They arrested him on December 11, 1974, just days after Margaret's body was discovered. At 24 years old, Jack Unterweger became a confessed murderer. But here's where the story takes its first disturbing turn. Jack didn't just confess, he performed. Even in the interrogation room, he understood the power of narrative, the importance of framing. He painted himself as a victim of circumstance, a damaged soul shaped by abandonment and abuse. He made sure everyone knew about his prostitute mother, his absent father, his violent grandfather. He positioned Margaret Schaefer's murder not as a choice but as an inevitability, the tragic outcome of a broken childhood. The court convicted him and sentenced him to life in prison. As the guards led him away, Jack Unterweger should have disappeared into the prison system, another forgotten killer serving out his days behind concrete and steel. That's how this story should have ended. But Jack had discovered something in that courtroom, watching how people responded to his narrative of victimhood and damage. He'd discovered that his words could move people, could make them see him not as a monster but as a tragedy. He'd found a new weapon, one more powerful than his hands had ever been. Prison would become his workshop, and redemption would become his masterpiece. He had 16 years to craft it, 16 years to transform himself from murderer to martyr, from killer to cause célèbre. And the terrifying thing is this: it worked. Stein Prison, Austria. The walls were thick, the cells were cold, and most men who entered believed they would die there. Jack Unterweger entered those gates with a life sentence, but he walked through them with something most inmates lacked: a plan. While other prisoners lifted weights or plotted escapes, Jack sat in his cell and began to write. The first pages were rough, crude attempts at self-expression that barely rose above angry scribbling. But Jack possessed two qualities that would serve him well: intelligence and patience. He read voraciously, consuming everything the prison library offered. He studied great writers, dissecting their techniques, understanding how they constructed empathy, how they made readers care about flawed characters, how they transformed ugly truths into beautiful prose. He wrote about his childhood with the kind of raw emotion that made readers forget they were reading the words of a convicted murderer. He described his grandfather's beatings in visceral detail, the confusion of a child trying to understand why adults hurt him, the desperate search for love in a world that offered only violence. Every word was chosen to generate sympathy, to position Jack not as a perpetrator but as a casualty of circumstances beyond his control. His first book, Purgatory, arrived in 1982, 8 years into his sentence. The title itself was strategic: not hell, not damnation, but purgatory, a place of temporary suffering before redemption. The book detailed his life before murder, painting a portrait of a boy destroyed by the world around him. Critics didn't just praise it, they embraced it. Here was authentic suffering. They said, unfiltered truth from someone who'd lived through darkness. The literary establishment, always hungry for authenticity, found Jack's work intoxicating. But Purgatory was just the foundation. Jack understood that one book wouldn't be enough, that redemption required sustained effort, a body of work that demonstrated growth and change. So he kept writing, Stories, poems, plays, essays. He produced work at a pace that would exhaust most professional writers. Each piece was carefully crafted to reinforce his narrative. Jack Unterweger was not a monster but a man healing from his wounds, using art to transcend his brutal past. The prison officials noticed. Rehabilitation was supposed to be the goal of incarceration, and here was an inmate who seemed to embody that ideal. They gave him more freedom, access to better writing materials, longer hours outside his cell, privileges that other lifers could only dream about. Jack transformed from prisoner to project, a living demonstration that the system could work, that even murderers could be reformed. His second book, Endstation Zuchthaus, Final Stop Prison, arrived in 1984. This one focused on his time behind bars, the daily grinding horror of incarceration, the way prison strips away humanity and leaves only raw survival instinct. Readers found themselves sympathizing with a man serving life for strangling an 18-year-old girl to death. That's the power of well-crafted narrative. It can make you forget what you're supposed to remember. Austrian intellectuals began championing his cause. Writers, poets, and journalists started visiting Jack in prison, conducting interviews, writing articles about his redemption. They saw in him what they wanted to see: proof that art could save souls, that literature could transform even the most damaged individual. They ignored the obvious question: what if Jack was simply smart enough to give them exactly what they wanted to hear? Nobel Prize-winning author Elfriede Jelinek praised his work. Politicians began receiving letters from cultural figures arguing for his release. The movement grew, fueled by Jack's continued literary output and his carefully maintained image as a reformed man. He gave interviews where he spoke with eloquence about his regret, his transformation, his deep understanding of the pain he'd caused. He cried at appropriate moments. He showed just enough vulnerability to seem genuine without appearing weak. By the late 1980s, Jack Unterweger had become a cause. Organizations dedicated to prison reform held him up as evidence that life sentences were cruel and unnecessary. Students studied his work in literature classes. Theater companies produced his plays. A convicted murderer had become a cultural icon, celebrated by the very society he'd violated. The campaign for his release intensified. Petitions circulated, gathering thousands of signatures from people who'd never met Margaret Schaefer, who'd never looked into her family's eyes and seen the permanent damage Jack had inflicted. The Austrian justice system found itself under pressure from influential voices demanding mercy for a man who'd shown none to his victim. Jack played his part perfectly. He attended every parole hearing with appropriate humility, spoke about his transformation with practiced sincerity, presented his literary achievements as evidence of fundamental change. He had expert witnesses testify about his rehabilitation. Psychologists who'd evaluated him declared him no longer a danger. The system wanted to believe in redemption, and Jack gave them every reason to believe. Inside, something else was happening. While Jack wrote beautiful words about transformation and healing, while he convinced Austria's elite that he was a reformed man, he was also studying. His writing wasn't just about image management, it was research. He wrote stories featuring prostitutes, describing their lives in intricate detail, exploring their vulnerabilities from every angle. He corresponded with women on the outside, practicing his charm, refining his ability to make people feel special, chosen, important. Other inmates noticed something the intellectuals missed. Jack hadn't changed at all. He was arrogant, manipulative, and contemptuous of the very people championing his release. He bragged about his literary success, treating other prisoners with condescension. He talked about women in terms that revealed his fundamental misogyny hadn't diminished during his time behind bars. But these observations stayed within the prison walls, dismissed as jealousy or the unreliable testimony of criminals. The evidence that should have stopped his release was buried under an avalanche of praise. Margaret Schaefer's family tried to speak out, tried to remind people that Jack had tortured and murdered their daughter, but their voices were drowned out by the chorus singing Jack's redemption song. The cultural momentum had become unstoppable, a train loaded with good intentions rolling toward disaster. In 1990, after serving just 15 years of a life sentence, the parole board made their decision. Jack Unterweger would be released. The stated reason: He'd been completely rehabilitated, transformed by art from killer to productive citizen. They believed his books were proof of his changed nature, that a man capable of such eloquent self-reflection couldn't possibly be a danger anymore. When the prison gates opened on May 23, 1990, Jack Unterweger walked out into freedom wearing an expensive suit, greeted by journalists and supporters who treated him like a returning hero. Cameras flashed, questions flew, and Jack performed beautifully. He spoke about gratitude, about second chances, about his determination to give back to society. He thanked his supporters, promised to continue his literary work, expressed his deep regret for his past. The crowd ate it up. They were witnessing redemption made flesh, proof that the system worked, evidence that even murderers deserved second chances. What they were actually witnessing was something far more sinister. A predator's return to hunting grounds, armed with better tools and a perfect disguise. Jack Unterweger was free, celebrated, and hungry. Austria had no idea what it had just unleashed. The monster they'd reformed with poetry and plays and literary acclaim hadn't changed at all. He'd simply learned to hide better, to be more careful, to use his fame as camouflage. Margaret Schaefer had been his first victim. She would be far from his last. The second chapter of Jack Unterweger's story was ending. The third was about to begin, and it would be written in blood across multiple countries. The poet was free, his pen was ready, and he was about to compose his darkest work yet. A killing spree that would mock every person who'd believed in his redemption. Freedom tasted like possibility. Jack Unterweger emerged from prison into an Austria that had changed dramatically since his incarceration. But he'd changed too. He'd become better at what he did. Within weeks of his release, he was everywhere. Television interviews, radio programs, literary events, universities. He'd become a celebrity, the reformed murderer who'd found salvation through art. Producers wanted him. Publishers courted him. Audiences hung on his every word. He wrote for magazines, contributed to newspapers, appeared on talk shows where hosts treated him with reverence rather than skepticism. Austria's media establishment had invested heavily in the narrative of his redemption, and they weren't about to question it now. Jack understood this implicitly. He knew that admitting they'd been wrong about him would require these influential people to admit they'd been fools. Pride would keep them blind. The Austrian Broadcasting Corporation hired him to produce a documentary about crime. Think about that for a moment. A convicted murderer, 15 years removed from strangling a young woman, was now being paid to explore criminal psychology. The irony was so thick you could choke on it, but nobody seemed to notice. Or perhaps they noticed and simply didn't care, too invested in the story they told themselves about redemption and second chances. Jack threw himself into his new role with enthusiasm. He was charming in interviews, articulate in his writing, seemingly committed to using his past as a cautionary tale. He spoke at schools about the dangers of a life of crime, warning young people away from the path he'd walked. Teachers and administrators praised his courage in confronting his past, his willingness to be vulnerable in service of educating others. Women found him fascinating. Despite, or perhaps because of, his dark history, he attracted female attention wherever he went. There's a psychological phenomenon where some women are drawn to dangerous men they believe they can save, and Jack exploited this ruthlessly. He dated, he charmed, he made women feel like they were special enough to understand the real him, the reformed him, the him that nobody else could see. What none of these women understood was that they were auditioning. Jack was selecting his next victims with the care of a director casting a film, evaluating each woman for her vulnerability, her isolation, her suitability for his purposes. The intelligence that had made him a celebrated writer also made him a more efficient killer. 15 years in prison had given him time to think about his mistakes with Margaret Schaefer, to plan how he'd do it better next time. And there would be a next time. The urge that had driven him to kill hadn't been reformed away by poetry and plays. It had been waiting, patient and hungry, for the chance to feed again. Prague, Czechoslovakia, September 1990. Just 4 months after his release, Jack traveled across the border. He told people he was gathering material for his writing, researching the changing face of Eastern Europe after the fall of communism. What he was actually doing was hunting in waters where Austrian police had no jurisdiction, where a dead prostitute would generate even less attention than they did in Vienna. Blanka Bakova was a prostitute working Prague streets, trying to survive in a country experiencing chaotic transition. When a charming Austrian writer showed interest in her, it must have seemed like a stroke of luck, maybe even a way out. Jack took his time with her, employing the skills he'd perfected over months of dating and charming women in Austria. He made her comfortable, made her trust him. He strangled her with her own bra, the same method he'd used on Margaret Schaefer 16 years earlier. This wasn't evolution. It was signature. Jack had found his style, his artistic voice, and he wasn't deviating from it. The bra was intimate, personal, required him to be close to his victim as she died. It was a method that satisfied something deep in his psyche, a need for control and connection that defined his pathology. Her body was found days later, discarded in woods outside the city. The investigation barely got started before it stalled. Prague police had bigger problems in 1990. Organized crime was exploding, violent crime was surging, and resources were stretched impossibly thin. One dead prostitute wasn't going to command much attention. Back in Austria, Jack continued his media tour. He appeared on a talk show discussing his prison experiences, charming the host and audience with his articulate reflections on justice and redemption. Nobody knew that days earlier he'd murdered again. The disconnect between his public persona and his private actions was absolute, perfect, terrifying. Graz, Austria, October 1990. Jack's documentary work gave him an excuse to travel throughout Austria, and he used these opportunities to hunt. Brunhild Masser was a prostitute working Graz red light district. Jack picked her up with practiced ease, his charm oiled by months of public adoration. Whatever he said to her worked. She got into his car willingly, never suspecting that this articulate, famous man had any intention beyond what he'd paid for. He drove her to a secluded location, somewhere the screams wouldn't carry. The attack followed his established pattern. Personal, prolonged, strangled with her own clothing. Brunhild's body was found in a forest, her murder bearing all the hallmarks of Jack's previous kills. But the investigation went nowhere. There was no reason to suspect Jack Unterweger, the reformed murderer turned media darling. The very absurdity of the idea protected him. Vienna, December 1990. Heidemarie Hammerer was 31 years old. Another woman selling herself to survive in a city that offered limited options for those on its margins. Jack had returned to his home city, emboldened by 2 successful kills that had generated no suspicion. His confidence was growing, his sense of invincibility solidifying. He approached Heidemarie with the same techniques that had worked before. She died in the woods outside Vienna, strangled with her own tights. 3 women dead in 4 months, all killed using Jack's signature method, all prostitutes, all discarded in forests like trash. The pattern was obvious to anyone looking, but nobody was looking. Why would they? Jack Unterweger was on television talking about redemption. He couldn't possibly be killing again. The Austrian authorities were facing mounting evidence of a serial killer targeting prostitutes, but they were thinking in terms of a new predator, not a rehabilitated one. Jack's celebrity status functioned as an invisibility cloak, making him impossible to see even when he was standing in plain sight. Early 1991 brought a new opportunity. The Austrian Broadcasting Corporation wanted to send Jack to Los Angeles to produce a report on crime and prostitution in America. They would pay for his travel, give him press credentials, open doors for him throughout the LAPD. They were essentially providing a serial killer with an all-access pass to one of America's largest police departments, and nobody saw the danger. Jack could barely contain his excitement. Los Angeles represented a fantasy for him. New hunting grounds, different victims, a police force that would have no reason to connect murders there to murders in Austria. He could kill with near impunity, satisfy his urges without the creeping paranoia that eventually comes from hunting too close to home. June 1991, Los Angeles. Jack arrived in California carrying press credentials, letters of introduction, and a carefully maintained reputation as a reformed criminal-turned-journalist. The LAPD welcomed him, gave him tours of their facilities, introduced him to detectives working homicide and vice. He took notes, asked intelligent questions, and observed how American police investigated prostitute murders. He was studying them while they thought he was studying with them. Every detail he learned about their investigation techniques, their limitations, their biases, all of it became information he could use to avoid detection. The LAPD was training their own hunter, teaching him their weaknesses without realizing it. Between his official interviews and ride-alongs, Jack prowled Los Angeles's prostitution zones. Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood, areas where women sold themselves to survive in a city that ate people alive. He was looking for victims, but he was also savoring the freedom of hunting in a city where nobody knew his face, where his celebrity meant nothing, where he was just another John looking for company. Shannon Exley was 29 years old, working the streets of Los Angeles when Jack approached her. She had no way of knowing that this polite man with the slight accent was a serial killer, that she was about to become part of his American collection. Jack's charm worked just as well in English as it did in German. She got into his rental car, agreed to go somewhere private. He strangled her with her own bra, the method that had become his calling card. Her body was found in a weedy lot, another dead prostitute in a city that produced them regularly. The LAPD investigation was thorough by their standards, but they were looking for a local predator. The idea that a visiting Austrian journalist might be responsible never entered the equation. Irene Rodriguez was 33, working the same streets that had claimed Shannon Exley. Jack found her days after his first Los Angeles kill, still high on the rush of murdering with complete impunity. Irene never had a chance. Jack's technique had been perfected through 5 previous murders. He knew exactly how long to apply pressure, how to avoid leaving certain types of evidence, how to dispose of a body to minimize the chance of immediate discovery. Her body was found strangled, discarded, forgotten. 2 prostitutes dead in Los Angeles within days, both strangled in similar fashion. The LAPD should have been looking at Jack Unterweger, the Austrian journalist who'd been asking so many questions about their procedures. But they weren't. The possibility was too absurd, too unlikely. He was a journalist researching crime, not committing it. Sherry and Long was 25 when Jack selected her as his 3rd Los Angeles victim. The audacity of his actions is staggering. He was killing women in the same city where he was producing a documentary about crime, using his press credentials to move freely through neighborhoods where his victims worked. Sherry's body was found in July 1991, strangled like the others, adding to a body count that was starting to generate serious police attention. But even with 3 similar murders in a short time frame, investigators focused on local suspects. Serial killers don't fly in from Europe to murder prostitutes and then fly home. Except this one did. Jack Unterweger had proven something terrifying. That fame and intelligence could create a perfect camouflage for murder, that a well-crafted public persona could blind entire police departments to obvious patterns. Jack returned to Austria in late July 1991, his documentary filmed, his urges satisfied, his confidence at an all-time high. He'd killed 3 women in Los Angeles and walked away clean, befriended by the very police officers who should have been investigating him. The trip had been a complete success from his perspective. He'd proven he could kill anywhere, anytime, with virtually no risk. Back in Vienna, the media welcomed him home. He appeared on television to discuss his American experiences, describing Los Angeles's crime problems with the authority of someone who'd witnessed them firsthand. In a sense, he'd been the crime. The interview was televised to hundreds of thousands of Austrians who saw only a thoughtful journalist, not realizing they were listening to a serial killer describe his own hunting grounds. The fall of 1991 brought more victims. Jack was spiraling now, the carefully maintained facade beginning to crack under the weight of his accelerating violence. He killed in Vienna, in Graz, in Bregenz, prostitutes strangled and discarded, each murder bearing his signature. The body count was rising, and even Austria's reluctance to see Jack as a suspect was beginning to waver. Police were starting to notice patterns, starting to ask uncomfortable questions about timeline and opportunity. Where was Jack when these women died? Why did murders seem to follow his travels? The evidence was circumstantial but mounting, pointing toward a conclusion that nobody wanted to reach. Austria's celebrated reformed murderer had never been reformed at all. But Jack remained free, continued his media appearances, kept writing and charming and performing. He believed he was untouchable, that his fame and intelligence would always keep him one step ahead of investigation. Pride was beginning to cloud his judgment, and pride, as it always does, was preparing to bring him down. The walls were closing in, but Jack Unterweger couldn't see them yet. He was too intoxicated by his own success, too convinced of his invincibility to notice the net tightening around him. By late 1991, at least 9 women were dead, possibly more, all sharing the same method of murder, all prostitutes, all killed in locations where Jack had been present. The patterns were too strong to ignore, even for investigators reluctant to believe that Austria's reformed celebrity had been killing all along. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. Ernst Geiger, a criminal investigator in Graz, was reviewing unsolved prostitute murders when something clicked. He noticed the dates, the locations, the methods, and began cross-referencing them with Jack's public schedule. The correlation was damning. Every time Jack traveled for work, women died. When he was in Los Angeles, 3 prostitutes were strangled there. When he toured Austria producing his documentary, bodies appeared along his route like breadcrumbs. Geiger brought his findings to superiors, but the response was skepticism bordering on hostility. Jack Unterweger was famous, celebrated, the poster child for successful rehabilitation. Accusing him of serial murder would make the entire Austrian justice and cultural establishment look foolish. It would mean admitting that intellectuals, politicians, and journalists had been duped by a psychopath skilled enough to weaponize their idealism. But Geiger persisted. He began building a case quietly, gathering evidence that couldn't be dismissed. He obtained records of Jack's travels, documented the timeline of murders, collected forensic evidence from crime scenes. The signature was consistent across all the murders. Women strangled with their own clothing, bodies dumped in wooded areas. No signs of sexual assault suggesting the crime was about power rather than sex. The similarities to Margaret Schaefer's murder in 1974 were impossible to ignore. Jack had found a method that satisfied his psychological needs, and he'd stuck with it. His signature as distinctive as a painter's brushstroke. That consistency, while it gave him psychological satisfaction, was now providing investigators with the pattern they needed to build a case. In Vienna, other detectives were reaching the same conclusions independently. The evidence was scattered across multiple jurisdictions. Murders in Graz, Vienna, Prague, Bregenz, Los Angeles. But when assembled together, they pointed toward a single killer. A killer who'd been hiding in plain sight, celebrated on television while body counts rose. The Austrian media, so eager to champion Jack's redemption, now faced a reckoning. Some journalists began investigating quietly, horrified at the possibility they'd helped a serial killer maintain his cover. Others doubled down, defending Jack against what they characterized as persecution by police unable to accept that reformed criminals could truly change. The cultural divide deepened, with Jack's guilt or innocence becoming a proxy battle for larger arguments about justice, rehabilitation, and redemption. Meanwhile, Jack continued his life as if nothing was wrong. He gave interviews, attended literary events, worked on new writing projects. But those who knew him well noticed changes. He was drinking more heavily, becoming paranoid, making comments that suggested he knew suspicion was building. His girlfriend at the time later reported that he'd become increasingly erratic, talking about fleeing Austria, suggesting they move to Switzerland or Germany where he could start fresh. The noose tightened. In February 1992, police obtained warrants to search Jack's apartment and seized his car. What they found was damning. Clothing fibers matching several victims, trace evidence linking him to crime scenes, journals containing writings about women that revealed a mind utterly devoid of empathy. The searches provided physical evidence to support what investigators already knew from pattern analysis. Jack Unterweger had been killing since the moment he left prison. American authorities were now involved too. The LAPD had been notified about the Austrian investigation and began reviewing their own unsolved prostitute murders from June 1991. When they learned that Jack Unterweger had been in Los Angeles during exactly those dates, producing a documentary for Austrian television, the pieces fell into horrifying place. They'd welcomed him into their police stations, given him access to information about investigation techniques, and he'd been murdering women the entire time. The international nature of the crimes complicated everything. Extradition treaties, jurisdictional questions, differences in legal systems. All of it had to be navigated carefully. But investigators on both sides of the Atlantic were now coordinating, sharing evidence, building a case that would be airtight enough to convict a celebrity with powerful supporters. Jack's lawyers fought back, arguing that the evidence was circumstantial, that their client was being persecuted for his past, rather than proven guilty of new crimes. They pointed to his literary success, his work warning young people away from crime, his contributions to Austrian culture. How could anyone believe this man was a serial killer? The argument was sophisticated but increasingly difficult to maintain as evidence mounted. On February 16, 1992, Austrian authorities issued a warrant for Jack's arrest on suspicion of multiple murders. But when police arrived to take him into custody, Jack was gone. He'd fled Austria with his girlfriend, Bianca Mrak, heading for the United States. The chase had begun, and it would span continents before reaching its inevitable conclusion. Jack apparently believed he could disappear into America, that a new country would offer him new opportunities to reinvent himself once again. He was wrong. American authorities had been alerted about his flight, and they were watching for him. The FBI got involved, treating the case as a fugitive matter with international implications. Jack and Bianca made it to Miami, Florida, where they stayed in cheap motels, and Jack tried to figure out his next move. But he was no longer the confident killer who'd charmed Austria's elite. He was desperate, drinking heavily, making poor decisions driven by panic rather than planning. His girlfriend began to realize the man she'd run away with might actually be the monster police claimed he was. The FBI located them on February 27, 1992, at a motel in Miami Beach. Jack didn't resist arrest. There was nowhere left to run, no charm left that could talk his way out of this situation. He was taken into custody and held pending extradition to Austria, where he would face trial for multiple murders. The extradition process took months, with Jack's lawyers fighting every step, but the outcome was never in doubt. In May 1992, Jack Unterweger was returned to Austria in chains, the celebrated writer now revealed as a serial killer who'd murdered at least 9 women, possibly more. The country that had championed his rehabilitation now had to confront the reality of what they'd unleashed. The trial began in April 1994, more than 2 years after Jack's arrest. The prosecution presented a mountain of evidence. Forensic links to multiple crime scenes, eyewitness testimony placing Jack with several victims shortly before their deaths, documentation of his travels matching the timeline of murders across multiple countries. The pattern was undeniable, the signature consistent, the evidence overwhelming. Jack's defense tried to maintain that their client was innocent, but they were fighting against impossible odds. The most damning evidence came from comparing the 1974 murder of Margaret Schaefer to the subsequent murders. The method was identical: strangling with the victim's own clothing, disposal of bodies in wooded areas, targeting of prostitutes. Either Jack had killed all these women, or another killer had perfectly copied his method across multiple countries over several years. The second option was absurd on its face. Prosecutors from Los Angeles testified about the American murders, describing how Jack had been in their city, working on his documentary, while 3 women died bearing his signature. Czech investigators presented evidence about Blanka Bakova's murder in Prague, killed just months after Jack's release from prison. Austrian detectives methodically walked the jury through each domestic murder, showing how Jack's public schedule aligned perfectly with the deaths. The web of evidence was suffocating, inescapable. Jack took the stand in his own defense, and for the first time, his charm failed him completely. Under cross-examination, he became combative, arrogant, revealing glimpses of the contempt he felt for everyone around him. The mask that had fooled Austria's intellectual elite for years cracked under the pressure of testimony, and the jury saw what other inmates had seen all along: a narcissistic psychopath who viewed other human beings as objects to be used and discarded. His testimony about the American murders was particularly damaging. He claimed he'd been researching prostitution for his documentary, that he'd interviewed many sex workers during his time in Los Angeles but had never harmed anyone. The prosecution produced evidence that he'd never interviewed any of the 3 murdered women. that his research had consisted entirely of selecting victims. His alibi for the nights of the murders was flimsy, contradicted by witnesses and physical evidence. The defense tried to argue that Jack was being framed, that police had focused on him because of his criminal past rather than following genuine leads. But they couldn't explain away the forensic evidence, the timeline correlations, the identical methods connecting murders across 3 countries. They couldn't explain why women stopped dying when Jack was arrested and had been dying regularly while he was free. Bianca Mrak testified, describing Jack's increasing paranoia in the months before his arrest, his talk of fleeing the country, his drinking and erratic behavior. She painted a picture of a man who knew he was guilty, who could feel walls closing in. Her testimony was devastating because it came from someone who'd loved him, who'd wanted to believe in his innocence but couldn't maintain that belief when confronted with reality. The most powerful testimony came from the families of Jack's victims. Margaret Schaefer's relatives spoke about their 18 years of grief, how they'd watched Jack become celebrated while their daughter remained forgotten. Hyde Mary Hammer's family described the pain of losing a woman society viewed as disposable simply because she sold her body to survive. Shannon Exley's mother flew in from Los Angeles to tell an Austrian jury about an American daughter who dreamed of better things before Jack Unterweger strangled those dreams out of her. These testimonies forced everyone, jury, spectators, media, to confront what Jack's celebrity had allowed them to ignore. These were real women with real lives, reduced to bodies in forests because one man's pathology needed feeding. Jack had relied on society's prejudice against sex workers to protect him, understanding that dead prostitutes generated less investigation, less public outcry, less urgency than other victims. He'd been right, and that truth was as damning as any forensic evidence. The trial lasted months, becoming a national obsession in Austria. The media that had once celebrated Jack now dissected every aspect of his crimes, though some publications struggled to acknowledge their own complicity in creating the conditions that had allowed him to kill. How many women might still be alive if journalists had asked harder questions? If parole boards had demanded more than literary achievement as proof of rehabilitation? If intellectuals had been less eager to believe in redemption and more willing to consider that some people simply cannot be reformed? These questions haunted Austria as the trial progressed. The country was being forced to examine not just Jack Unterweger's crimes, but the cultural environment that had enabled them. The celebration of his literary work now seemed grotesque. People who'd praised his writing, who'd attended his readings, who'd advocated for his release. All of them had to confront their role in the deaths of 9 women, possibly more. On June 28, 1994, after deliberating for days, the jury returned their verdict. Guilty on 9 counts of murder. The evidence had been overwhelming, the pattern undeniable. Jack Unterweger, the reformed murderer who charmed a nation, was revealed definitively as a serial killer who'd never reformed at all. He'd simply learned to hide better, to use words as camouflage while satisfying the same urges that had driven him to kill Margaret Schaefer 20 years earlier. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. This time, there would be no literary redemption, no second chances, no cultural movement championing his release. Jack Unterweger would die in prison, his books gathering dust as reminders of how easily intelligence and charm can disguise pure evil. But Jack had no intention of spending the rest of his life behind bars. As guards led him from the courtroom, his face showed no remorse, no acceptance of his fate. That night, alone in his cell at Graz prison, Jack took the same action he'd taken with his victims. He fashioned a noose from his clothing, a final symmetry with the women he'd strangled using theirs. He stood on his bed, tied the noose to the bars of his cell window, and stepped off. Guards found him hours later, dead by his own hand. Jack Unterweger had escaped justice one final time, denying his victims' families the satisfaction of knowing he would suffer imprisonment for the rest of his natural life. Even in death, he maintained control, choosing his own end rather than allowing society to determine it for him. The note he left was brief, completely lacking in remorse. He didn't apologize to his victims' families, didn't express regret for the lives he'd destroyed. Instead, he wrote about himself, his frustration with being misunderstood, his anger at a society that had turned against him. The narcissism that had defined his life defined his death as well. To the very end, Jack Unterweger believed he was the real victim in this story. His death sparked debates across Austria and beyond. Some saw his suicide as a final admission of guilt, proof that he'd been lying throughout the trial. Others viewed it as a tragedy, a man broken by false accusations choosing death over enduring unjust imprisonment, though this perspective required ignoring the mountain of evidence that had convicted him. The cultural divide that Jack had exploited in life persisted after his death. The international impact of Jack's crimes rippled outward for years. Law enforcement agencies began examining how they investigated prostitute murders, acknowledging that bias against sex workers had allowed predators like Jack to hunt with relative impunity. The LAPD in particular faced harsh criticism for welcoming a convicted murderer into their department, for providing him with information he used to avoid detection while killing 3 women in their jurisdiction. Austria's parole system underwent significant reforms. The case highlighted the danger of confusing literary achievement with psychological transformation, of mistaking eloquent self-reflection for genuine rehabilitation. Psychologists revised their assessment protocols, recognizing that intelligent psychopaths could manipulate evaluation processes by giving evaluators what they wanted to hear. Jack had exploited every weakness in the system, and his success at doing so forced painful institutional self-examination. The literary world struggled with how to handle Jack's work. His books remained in print, though publishers added contexts explaining they were written by a serial killer rather than a reformed man. Some argued the books should be destroyed, erased from cultural memory as punishment for his crimes. Others contended that the work, however tainted by its author's actions, remained valuable as insight into a criminal mind. The debate continues, with no clear resolution. Margaret Schaefer's family spoke publicly after Jack's death, their statement brief and powerful. "He stole our daughter's life in 1974, and then he stole justice by taking his own life. We hope the other families find some peace knowing he can never kill again." Their words captured the complexity of emotions surrounding Jack's suicide. Relief that he was gone mixed with anger that he'd controlled even his own ending. Investigators continued working the case after Jack's death, trying to determine if he'd killed more women than the 9 he'd been convicted for. Unsolved prostitute murders across Europe were reviewed, looking for his signature. In Vienna, Graz, Prague, and other cities he'd visited, cold cases were reopened. Some showed promising connections. The method, the victim profile, the timing. But without Jack alive to interrogate, definitive answers remained elusive. The American victims' families filed civil suits against the Austrian government, arguing that releasing Jack had directly led to their daughters' deaths. The cases were eventually settled out of court, with Austria paying compensation to the families while admitting no legal wrongdoing. The settlements couldn't bring back Shannon Exley, Irene Rodriguez, or Sherry and Long, but they acknowledged that systemic failures had consequences, that the decision to release Jack had been catastrophically wrong. The women Jack murdered are sometimes forgotten in discussions of his case, overshadowed by debates about rehabilitation, parole reform, and criminal psychology. But each of them deserves to be remembered as a person, not just a victim in a serial killer's count. Margaret Schaefer wanted to escape her circumstances, to find something better than the streets of Vienna. Blanka Bukova was navigating the chaos of post-communist Prague, trying to survive in a rapidly changing world. Brunhild Masser, Heidmar Hammer, Shannon Exley, Irene Rodriguez, Sherry and Long, and the other women whose lives Jack ended. Each of them had dreams, fears, people who loved them, futures that were stolen by one man's pathology. The true horror of Jack Unterweger isn't just that he killed repeatedly. It's that he manipulated an entire society into enabling his crimes. He weaponized concepts like rehabilitation and redemption, turning them into tools that allowed him to hunt. He exploited cultural biases that made dead prostitutes matter less than other victims. He used his intelligence not to transcend his violent nature, but to disguise it more effectively. His books remain disturbing documents, not because of what they say, but because of what they represent. Proof that eloquent words about transformation mean nothing if the person speaking them is fundamentally incapable of change. Jack wrote beautifully about remorse while feeling none. He crafted moving narratives about rehabilitation while planning his next murder. His literary talent was real, but it was completely divorced from any moral development. The cultural figures who championed his release have largely remained silent about their role in his killing spree. Some offered quiet apologies, acknowledging they'd been fooled by a masterful manipulator. Others never addressed their support for Jack, perhaps unable to face their complicity. The intellectual establishment that had celebrated him as proof that art could redeem even murderers learned a harsh lesson. Some people use art as a mask, not a mirror. Law enforcement officials who interviewed Jack after his arrest described a man completely lacking in empathy, unable to view his victims as human beings with value independent of his needs. When asked about the women he'd killed, he spoke about them as obstacles or opportunities, never as people. The disconnect between his public persona and his private psychology was absolute, maintained through constant performance and the careful management of his image. In the end, Jack Unterweger was a case study in how charm, intelligence, and cultural manipulation can allow evil to flourish in plain sight. He didn't kill despite being celebrated. His celebrity was central to his ability to kill. Fame provided access, credibility, and an alibi of respectability that allowed him to move freely through society while leaving bodies in his wake. His story serves as a warning about the dangers of allowing narrative to override evidence, of confusing redemption rhetoric with actual change, of failing to protect vulnerable populations because their lives are deemed less important. The women Jack killed were viewed as disposable by society, and he understood that this prejudice would work in his favor. He was right, and 9 women paid the price for that societal failing. Today, Jack Unterweger is remembered as one of Austria's most notorious serial killers, a man who killed at least 9 women across 3 countries, while celebrated as a reformed criminal and talented writer. His grave receives no visitors. His books are studied primarily by criminal psychologists rather than literature students. The documentary he filmed in Los Angeles, researching crime while committing it, has never been aired. The monster who wrote poetry is dead, killed by his own hand rather than facing decades of imprisonment. But the questions his case raises persist. How do we distinguish genuine rehabilitation from sophisticated manipulation? How do we protect society while still offering second chances? How do we ensure that vulnerable populations receive equal protection and justice? These questions don't have easy answers, but Jack Unterweger's killing spree demands that we keep asking them. Because somewhere, right now, another intelligent psychopath is learning from Jack's mistakes, refining his techniques, preparing to use society's desire to believe in redemption as a weapon. The monster may be dead, but the conditions that allowed him to hunt remain. Vigilance, skepticism, and a commitment to protecting all members of society, especially the most vulnerable, are our only defenses against the next Jack Unterweger. The poet who wrote In Blood is gone, but the lessons written in his victims' lives must never be forgotten. 9 women, possibly more, died because society chose to believe a beautiful lie rather than confront an ugly truth. That choice echoes still, a warning across decades. Some monsters don't hide in shadows. Some of them smile in the spotlight, write beautiful words, and kill with the confidence of those who know they'll never be suspected until it's far too late. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Shadow of Damascus. Blood tells stories that the living refuse to speak. Across 3 continents, throughout 14 years of calculated carnage, one name whispered through the corridors of international law enforcement sent tremors down the spines of even the most hardened investigators: a bull jabber. This was no impulsive killer driven by rage or passion. This was precision incarnate, a methodical architect of death who transformed ordinary spaces into galleries of human suffering. Between 1992 and 2006, at least 43 confirmed victims fell prey to his meticulous brutality, though authorities believe the true number exceeds 70 souls. His calling cards were not signatures of chaos, but rather calculated symphonies of terror, bodies positioned with disturbing intentionality, crime scenes that appeared almost theatrical in their grotesque arrangement. What separated Jabber from the annals of common murderers was his frightening evolution. Each killing demonstrated refined technique, enhanced cruelty, and a deepening psychological sophistication that suggested not madness, but something far more chilling: absolute control. Tonight, we descend into the documented horror of a man who didn't simply take lives. He orchestrated their extinction with the cold efficiency of a surgeon and the dark creativity of a sadist. This is not merely a chronicle of murders. This is an examination of evil in its purest, most deliberate form. Prepare yourself for a journey into darkness from which there is no comfortable return. The winter of 1992 brought more than snow to the outskirts of Damascus. It delivered the first whispers of something wrong, something fundamentally broken in the social fabric of the ancient city. February 17th marked the discovery that would eventually unravel into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the Middle East had ever witnessed. Amira Hassan, a 23-year-old university student known for her punctuality and cautious nature, vanished from a well-traveled street corner at approximately 7:45 in the evening. She had been walking the same route home from her library studies for 2 years without incident. Witnesses reported seeing her pause near a broken streetlight, speaking briefly with someone in a dark sedan before the vehicle pulled away. 17 days later, a municipal worker conducting routine drainage inspections near the Barada River made a discovery that would haunt his nightmares for decades to come. Amira's body had been carefully arranged on a concrete embankment, positioned in a manner that suggested ritualistic intention rather than hasty disposal. Her hands had been folded across her chest with disturbing precision. But the true horror lay in the methodical nature of her death. The autopsy revealed she had been kept alive for nearly 2 weeks, subjected to a progressive pattern of torture that demonstrated both medical knowledge and psychological calculation. Ligature marks around her wrists and ankles indicated prolonged restraint. Evidence suggested she had been systematically deprived of food and water, weakened deliberately before the final acts of violence commenced. The cause of death was eventually determined to be exsanguination. She had bled out slowly through multiple precise incisions along her inner thighs and forearms. These were not frenzied cuts born of rage. They were measured, controlled, designed to prolong consciousness while ensuring eventual death. The positioning of these wounds indicated someone with understanding of human anatomy, someone who knew exactly how to maximize suffering while maintaining life for as long as possible. Investigators found traces of rope fibers embedded in her skin, suggesting she had been suspended at some point during her captivity. The forensic pathologist's report noted extensive evidence of systematic physical trauma inconsistent with any recognizable pattern of assault, suggesting calculated and prolonged torture. Damascus police initially treated this as an isolated incident, albeit a disturbing one. The investigation stalled within weeks. No witnesses came forward with substantial information. The dark sedan remained unidentified. The case grew cold as winter turned to spring, then summer. But the shadow had only just begun to spread. September 1992 brought the disappearance of Yasmin Al-Khoury, a 19-year-old apprentice at a textile workshop. She vanished during her evening commute, her usual bus route interrupted by what she had told a coworker was a quick errand. That errand led to 21 days of unimaginable suffering. When her remains were discovered in an abandoned irrigation channel outside the city, the similarities to Amira's murder immediately caught investigative attention. Yasmin's body bore the unmistakable signature of the same hand. The precise positioning, the methodical arrangement of limbs, the evidence of prolonged captivity and systematic torture. But there was an escalation, a refinement of technique that sent cold dread through the investigating officers. This time, the killer had documented his work. Polaroid photographs were found scattered around the body, images that captured different stages of Yasmin's deterioration, her fear transforming into despair, then resignation. These photographs were not merely trophies. They were progress reports, clinical documentation of suffering. The manner of death had evolved as well. While exsanguination remained the ultimate cause, the method had become more elaborate. Yasmin had been subjected to what forensic experts later termed progressive dismemberment while alive. The careful removal of fingers over several days, cauterized to prevent fatal blood loss, designed purely to inflict maximum psychological trauma alongside physical agony. The forensic examination revealed chemical burns consistent with amateur cauterization using heated metal implements. Toxicology reports showed traces of adrenaline in her system, suggesting the killer may have administered stimulants to prevent her from losing consciousness during the torture. A task force formed in the wake of Yasmin's murder, drawing together Syria's most experienced investigators. They recognized the pattern emerging from the darkness. This was not random violence. This was someone operating with purpose, someone who was learning, refining, perfecting their terrible craft. The psychological profile developed during this period described a perpetrator of above-average intelligence, likely with medical or anatomical training, capable of sustained planning and execution, and demonstrating no empathy or emotional connection to his victims. The profiler noted with particular concern, subject displays characteristics of an organized serial offender with escalating violence patterns and increasing sophistication in victim control methodology. November brought another disappearance. Then January, then March. Each victim fit a pattern the task force was desperately trying to decode. Young women, typically between 18 and 26 years old, often students or young professionals, taken from transition points in their daily routines. Bus stops, quiet street corners, parking areas. Each captivity lasted between 2 and 4 weeks. Each body, when discovered, told stories of systematic, calculated torture that grew more elaborate with each iteration. By the end of 1993, 7 confirmed victims had been linked to what the media was beginning to call the Damascus Phantom. Authorities suppressed most details to prevent public panic, but whispers spread through the city anyway. Women changed their routes. Parents accompanied their daughters everywhere. The ancient streets of Damascus, which had witnessed millennia of human history, now harbored a darkness that felt uniquely modern in its cold efficiency. The breakthrough came not from brilliant detective work, but from a survivor. March 1994 brought an anomaly to the pattern. Layla Mansour, 24 years old, managed the impossible: escape. She had been held for 8 days in what she described as a basement workshop, restrained to a medical examination table, subjected to the beginning stages of the torture that had killed so many others. But the killer made his first documented mistake. A faulty lock mechanism, combined with his brief absence from the space, provided a desperate window of opportunity. Layla's testimony provided the first substantive description of their tormentor. Male, approximately 30 to 40 years old, medium build, unremarkable features, speaking Arabic with what she described as a neutral accent, like someone who had lived many places. He wore surgical gloves throughout her captivity, never once allowing direct skin contact. He spoke rarely, and when he did, his voice remained calm, almost clinical, as he explained what he was doing and why, not in justification, but as though narrating a technical procedure. Most chilling was Layla's description of his eyes. Empty, like looking at a mannequin. There was nothing behind them. No anger, no pleasure, no emotion at all. That was the most terrifying part. He wasn't doing this because he was crazy. He was doing it because it was what he did. The basement workshop she described was eventually located in an industrial district. Abandoned, sanitized, completely devoid of evidence. He had cleaned the space with professional thoroughness, removing every trace of organic material. The only confirmation of Layla's account came from architectural details she described that matched the location perfectly, but the space itself yielded nothing useful for identification or tracking. The investigation had a description now, but descriptions mean little when they match thousands of people. The Phantom continued his work throughout 1994 and into 1995. 9 more victims. Each killing demonstrated increased confidence and refinement. The torture methods became more elaborate, incorporating elements that suggested research into historical torture techniques. Devices resembling medieval implements, reconstructed with modern materials. One victim showed evidence of having been subjected to a modified version of the breaking wheel. Another displayed injuries consistent with the water treatment methods used during medieval inquisitions. Damascus Task Force investigators realized they were dealing with someone who viewed his killings as a craft to be perfected, an art form to be refined. His captivity periods grew longer as his confidence increased. For weeks, then 5, then 6. The bodies, when discovered, told stories of unimaginable endurance, of suffering prolonged beyond what most believed humanly possible. Medical examiners struggled to maintain professional detachment when documenting injuries that seemed designed specifically to maximize conscious awareness during trauma. Then, in August 1995, the killings in Damascus stopped abruptly. For months, investigators dared to hope. Perhaps he had died. Perhaps he had been incarcerated for an unrelated crime. Perhaps, somehow, the nightmare had ended. But experienced profilers on the task force knew better. Predators of this sophistication rarely stop by choice. They evolve. They adapt. They move. Their darkest suspicions were confirmed when Interpol communications began arriving in early 1996. A series of murders in Amman, Jordan, bore unmistakable similarities to the Damascus killings. Same victim profile, same methodical torture, same clinical positioning of bodies, but with variations that suggested continued refinement of technique. The Phantom hadn't stopped killing. He had simply changed hunting grounds, leaving Damascus investigators with 17 unsolved murders and the bitter knowledge that their monster had slipped beyond their reach. The question that haunted the Damascus task force during those final months of regional investigation was not whether he would kill again. It was how many would die before someone finally stopped him. The files remained open. The photographs of victims, young women whose lives had been extinguished with such calculated cruelty, covered walls in the investigation headquarters. Each face represented not just a life lost, but a death endured, suffering that existed beyond most people's capacity to imagine. Abul Jabbar, though his name remained unknown to investigators at this point, had established himself as something rare and terrifying in the landscape of human monsters. Not a creature of impulse, but a craftsman of death. Not driven by recognizable human emotion, but by something colder, a desire for perfection in his terrible art. And his education was just beginning. Amman received the Phantom in silence. He arrived as countless others did, another face in a city of faces, another name in a registry of names. But his arrival in Jordan during late 1995 marked a new chapter in his evolution, one that would claim at least 13 more lives before international law enforcement began connecting the threads that stretched across borders. The first Amman victim appeared in February 1996. Rania Khalil, a 20-year-old economics student at the University of Jordan, disappeared from a campus parking structure on a Thursday evening. Security footage captured her walking toward her vehicle, then showed a gap in coverage. The camera in that section had malfunctioned 2 days prior and awaited repair. When maintenance reviewed the footage afterward, they noticed something investigators found significant. A man in maintenance clothing had been working near that camera the afternoon before it stopped functioning. His face remained perpetually angled away from other camera positions, as though he understood exactly where to stand to avoid identification. 33 days later, Rania's body emerged from the rocky terrain outside Madaba, discovered by Bedouin herders whose livestock had been disturbed by circling carrion birds. The scene that awaited first responders defied immediate comprehension. Rania had been positioned inside a natural rock formation, arranged in a manner that created an almost tableau-like presentation. Her body bore evidence of torture that exceeded anything documented in the Damascus cases. The medical examiner's report, later shared through Interpol channels, documented systematic trauma that suggested the killer had spent weeks conducting what could only be described as experiments on the limits of human endurance. Rania had been subjected to controlled burning, not wild, rage-driven immolation, but precise, measured application of heat to specific body parts over extended periods. The pattern of scarring indicated multiple sessions, days apart, allowing partial healing before the next application of trauma. Bone examination revealed fractures that had been deliberately created, then partially set, then rebroken in the same locations. A cycle of injury designed purely to maximize suffering over time. But the escalation extended beyond physical torture. Evidence suggested significant psychological warfare had been waged against her consciousness. She had been forced to watch her own deterioration through mirrors positioned around her restraint location. Traces of psychotropic substances appeared in toxicology reports, drugs that prevent sleep, that heighten sensory perception, that eliminate the mind's ability to seek refuge in unconsciousness. The killer had become not just a torturer of the body, but an architect of mental anguish. Jordanian investigators initially treated this as an isolated incident, unaware of the Damascus connection. The sophistication of the crime suggested local expertise, not an imported threat. But within weeks, a second disappearance shattered that assumption. Then a third. The pattern emerged with horrifying clarity. Young professional women, taken from semi-public locations, held for extended periods, subjected to escalating torture, then disposed of in theatrical presentations that suggested pride in the work. The Interpol connection crystallized in May 1996 when a Damascus investigator, following routine protocol, uploaded case details into international criminal databases. The pattern recognition algorithms flagged immediate similarities to the emerging Amman cases. Within days, investigators from both countries were comparing notes, reviewing evidence, reconstructing the timeline of a predator who had crossed borders with apparent ease. What they discovered sent tremors through Middle Eastern law enforcement. The killer had not simply moved locations. He had evolved his methodology with each geographic transition. The Damascus murders, horrific as they were, now appeared almost rudimentary compared to the Jordanian atrocities. It was as though changing locations had freed him from previous constraints, allowing him to explore darker territories of human suffering without the heat of an established investigation. June 1996 brought Samira Toda, a 23-year-old pharmacist whose disappearance from outside her workplace sparked immediate concern. Her case drew significant public attention because her father was a prominent businessman with connections to government officials. The investigation received resources and urgency that previous cases had lacked. But resources meant nothing against a predator who left no evidence, who moved like smoke through the city, who planned each acquisition with military precision. Samira endured 39 days of captivity before her body appeared, positioned in the ruins of an ancient Roman temple outside Jerash. The location choice itself carried meaning, a juxtaposition of ancient history and modern horror. She had been displayed among the ruins in a manner that created visual symmetry with the surrounding stone columns, her body propped and positioned to mirror the architectural lines. The theatrical nature of this presentation marked a new development in the killer's evolution. He was no longer simply disposing of evidence. He was creating statements, crafting scenes that communicated something beyond the act of murder itself. The torture Samira endured introduced elements that suggested cross-cultural research into suffering. Her injuries included techniques associated with historical Persian execution methods, bone disarticulation performed while maintaining life through careful attention to blood loss management. Forensic analysis indicated she had been subjected to progressive dehydration while simultaneously being given saline injections to prevent complete systemic collapse. This created a cycle of near-death and forced recovery that prolonged consciousness far beyond natural endurance. Investigators found evidence of audio recordings at this scene. Small pieces of magnetic tape caught in the stone crevices near where her body had been positioned. Analysis of these fragments revealed portions of Samira's voice, pleading, screaming, then eventually falling into eerie silence. The killer had recorded her suffering, though whether for his own review or as part of the psychological torture inflicted on the victim remained unclear. This development suggested increasing confidence, a willingness to create permanent records of his crimes despite the evidence risks such recordings represented. The international task force that formed in the wake of these connections brought together investigators from Syria, Jordan, and Interpol specialists in serial violent crime. They constructed a profile of a perpetrator who demonstrated several unusual characteristics. First, his apparent ease in crossing international borders suggested either legitimate documentation or sophisticated forgery capabilities. Second, his ability to establish operational bases in different countries indicated advanced planning and resource availability. Third, his consistent victim selection despite changing geographic locations suggested a specific psychological need being fulfilled through the murders. Most disturbing to the profilers was the documented escalation pattern. Each geographic move corresponded with a quantum leap in torture sophistication and duration. It was as though the act of relocation provided him with psychological permission to explore darker territories, to push boundaries he had observed in previous locations. One profiler noted in case files, "Subject appears to view each new geographic region as a new chapter in his development, an opportunity to refine and expand his methodology without the psychological constraints of previous kill zones." Throughout 1996 and into 1997, the bodies continued appearing in Jordan. Each victim told stories that became increasingly difficult for investigators to document without psychological trauma. Nur Aziz, found in March 1997, had been subjected to systematic sensory deprivation alternated with sensory overload, weeks of complete darkness and silence, punctuated by sessions of blinding light and deafening sound. The neurological damage evident in her autopsy suggested this treatment had continued until her brain began showing signs of permanent dysfunction, at which point the killer had concluded his work and ended her life through controlled suffocation. Hannah Mubarak, discovered in July 1997, revealed a new horror in the killer's repertoire. She had been kept alive while experiencing partial dismemberment, the careful removal of extremities over a period of weeks, each amputation performed with crude but effective medical technique, cauterized to prevent fatal blood loss. The purpose was not collection of body parts, but rather the infliction of cumulative loss, forcing her to experience her own gradual destruction while maintaining consciousness. When her torso was finally discovered, positioned carefully in an abandoned quarry, investigators found evidence that she had been forced to remain aware through the entire process, pharmaceutical cocktails preventing shock or unconsciousness from providing any mercy. The psychological toll on investigators became a significant concern. Experienced homicide detectives requested transfers. Medical examiners required rotating assignments to prevent complete emotional breakdown. The task force implemented mandatory psychological counseling for all personnel after several members exhibited symptoms of vicarious trauma, nightmares, intrusive thoughts, difficulty maintaining emotional boundaries between professional and personal life. Yet despite the expanding resources, despite international cooperation, despite the growing database of evidence and pattern analysis, the killer remained phantom. He left no DNA. He left no fingerprints. He left no witnesses. Every crime scene had been sanitized with professional thoroughness. Every body disposal site had been chosen for its isolation and the time delay before discovery. He moved through society invisible, unremarkable, impossible to distinguish from 1,000 other faces in the crowd. Then, in November 1997, the Jordan killings stopped with the same abruptness that had marked his departure from Damascus. The task force recognized the pattern immediately. He was moving again. The question was not whether he would kill again, but where and how many would die before his next migration. The answer came from an unexpected direction. January 1998 brought the first reports from London. A missing persons case with characteristics that sent alarm bells ringing through Interpol communications. The Phantom had learned English. He had acquired European documentation. He had crossed from the Middle East into the heart of Western Europe, and he had carried his terrible craft with him across continents. London received its monster with the indifference of a metropolis accustomed to absorbing millions of transient lives. Among the endless flow of immigrants, students, workers, and travelers, one more face meant nothing. But that face carried within it the accumulated knowledge of 25 murders, a refined methodology perfected across 2 countries, and an appetite for suffering that had only deepened with each iteration of his terrible art. The first indication of his presence emerged in March 1998. Sophie Blackwood, a 25-year-old graduate student at King's College London, vanished from a Camden Town night bus stop at approximately 11:30 on a Friday evening. CCTV footage captured her waiting alone, checking her phone, then briefly interacting with someone just outside the camera's frame. The next frames showed the bus stop empty, Sophie's bag remaining on the bench. The footage was reviewed immediately due to her family's prompt missing persons report, but the interaction partner remained perpetually off camera, positioned with what investigators would later recognize as deliberate awareness of surveillance technology. 42 days later, Sophie's body emerged from the Thames at low tide near Greenwich, caught in the river debris that accumulated around pier structures. The condition of her remains immediately elevated the case to exceptional status. Metropolitan Police investigators with decades of experience found themselves confronting evidence of torture that exceeded anything in their institutional memory. Sophie had been subjected to what forensic pathologists termed systematic internal trauma without external marking. The technique required sophisticated medical knowledge and specialized implements. She had been violated internally with instruments designed to cause maximum damage to soft tissue while leaving minimal surface evidence. The internal injuries suggested progressive escalation over weeks, with careful attention paid to preventing fatal hemorrhaging or infection that might end her life prematurely. Toxicology revealed a cocktail of antibiotics, painkillers adjusted to keep her conscious but compliant, and eventually, in the final days, substances that heighten nerve sensitivity to make each new trauma exponentially more excruciating. But the horror extended beyond physical torture. Evidence suggested Sophie had been forced to participate in her own degradation. Video equipment residue found on her body indicated she had been filmed throughout her captivity. Positioning of ligature marks suggested she had been forced into various poses and positions for the camera. The psychological dimension of this torture, the forced performance of her own suffering, represented a new evolution in the killer's methodology. Metropolitan Police immediately recognized they were dealing with an exceptional predator. The sophistication of the crime, combined with the extended captivity period and the complete absence of actionable evidence, suggested someone with both technical expertise and operational security knowledge. Interpol was contacted, databases were searched, and the connections began forming across continents. When Syrian and Jordanian case files arrived in London, the investigating team understood the magnitude of what they faced. This was not a local problem. This was a serial killer with international scope, operating across borders with apparent ease, carrying refined torture techniques developed over years and dozens of victims. The task force that assembled in response represented one of the most comprehensive multinational investigations ever conducted for serial murder. April brought Sarah Chun, a 28-year-old financial analyst who disappeared from a Canary Wharf parking structure after working late. May brought Isabella Romano, a 22-year-old art student last seen leaving a Shoreditch gallery opening. Each disappearance followed familiar patterns the task force now recognized. Young professional women, taken from transition spaces during vulnerable moments, vanishing completely for weeks before their bodies emerged bearing testimony to unimaginable suffering. Sarah's body appeared in an abandoned industrial building in East London after 37 days. She had been suspended from ceiling fixtures, her body bearing marks that indicated prolonged inverted positioning. Blood had pooled in her head over days, creating progressive neurological distress while she remained conscious. The torture had focused on extremities initially, systematic destruction of fingers and toes through what appeared to be compression devices tightened gradually over time. The final cause of death was determined to be cerebral hemorrhage resulting from the prolonged inverted suspension, suggesting the killer had miscalculated her endurance or simply grown bored with that particular experiment. Isabella endured 45 days before her remains were discovered in Epping Forest, positioned in a clearing in a manner that created a grotesque parody of religious martyrdom. Arms outstretched, body vertical against a tree, positioned to evoke crucifixion imagery. The torture she experienced had taken on ritualistic characteristics. Evidence suggested repeated sessions of near drowning alternated with suffocation using plastic materials. Her lungs showed damage consistent with multiple episodes of water inhalation followed by forced resuscitation. The killer had apparently refined techniques for bringing victims to the edge of death repeatedly, then pulling them back to continue the process. The psychological profile developed by experts at the National Crime Faculty painted a disturbing picture of escalation and evolution. The subject demonstrated increasing confidence in his invulnerability. The London murders showed less concern with body disposal concealment than previous iterations. He was positioning bodies in locations where they would be discovered relatively quickly, suggesting a desire for his work to be seen, documented, and recognized. One profiler noted, "Subject has transitioned from avoiding detection to courting attention. The work itself has become more important than remaining hidden." This represents a dangerous escalation in confidence that may ultimately lead to mistakes. But mistakes proved elusive. Despite the most sophisticated investigative resources in Europe, despite CCTV coverage throughout London, despite international cooperation and massive public awareness campaigns, the killer remained invisible. He left no DNA evidence, suggesting consistent use of protective gear and meticulous scene sanitization. He left no fingerprints, indicating continuous glove usage or possibly surgical modification of fingerprints. He left no witnesses, demonstrating either exceptional victim selection or elimination of potential observers. The summer of 1998 brought an intensification of both the investigation and the killings. 3 more women disappeared in quick succession: June, July, and August. The acceleration suggested the killer had reached a new phase, either feeling invulnerable to detection or experiencing an increasing psychological need that demanded more frequent fulfillment. The bodies, when discovered, showed continuing evolution in torture methodology. Amelia Hartford's remains, found in September, revealed that the killer had begun incorporating chemical agents into his torture repertoire. Her body showed extensive chemical burns, but not from common acids or bases. Forensic analysis indicated exposure to specialized industrial solvents applied in controlled patterns designed to destroy nerve endings progressively. The application pattern suggested multiple sessions over weeks, each destroying a new section of sensory capacity while leaving other areas intact to experience subsequent torture. Claire Donovan's body, discovered in October, introduced elements of thermal torture that exceeded previous documented cases. She had been subjected to extreme cold. Evidence suggested partial freezing of extremities while maintaining core body temperature sufficient to preserve life and consciousness. Then, in later stages, extreme heat had been applied to the previously frozen tissue, creating a cycle of destruction that medical examiners struggled to document coherently. The combination of cold and heat damage had left her body in a state that challenged professional descriptive capacity. By November 1998, the London investigation had consumed enormous resources and generated international headlines. The media, despite law enforcement attempts at information control, had begun connecting the dots between the London murders and the earlier Middle Eastern cases. Headlines screamed about the international torturer and the cross-continental killer. Public fear reached levels that impacted daily life. Women avoided traveling alone. Self-defense courses saw enrollment spikes, and suspicious person reports flooded police lines with thousands of false leads. The task force worked around the clock, analyzing footage, interviewing thousands of potential witnesses, following every conceivable investigative thread. They developed increasingly sophisticated victim protection protocols, released detailed public safety information, and coordinated with transportation authorities to enhance surveillance coverage throughout the city. Yet, despite these efforts, December brought another disappearance. Then January. The monster continued his work with apparent immunity to the largest manhunt in British history. The breakthrough, when it finally came, emerged from an unexpected source, not brilliant detective work, but technological advancement. February 1999 brought the implementation of newly upgraded CCTV systems in several London locations, cameras with higher resolution and wider field coverage than previous generations. These systems captured footage of a man appearing at multiple locations where women had subsequently disappeared. The footage showed not his face, which he consistently obscured, but his movements, his gait, his distinctive way of positioning himself in relation to cameras. Movement pattern analysis, a relatively new investigative technique at the time, suggested these were all the same individual. More critically, the analysis identified something the previous investigations had missed: a vehicle registration partially visible in several frames. The vehicle had been reported stolen weeks earlier, but the registration information provided the first tangible lead in the case. Tracking the stolen vehicle's movements through London's expanding CCTV network revealed a pattern. The vehicle appeared regularly in an industrial area of South London, specifically near a complex of storage facilities and light manufacturing spaces. Further investigation identified that one storage unit in that complex had been rented 6 months prior using documentation that, upon examination, proved to be sophisticated forgeries. Armed with this information, the task force obtained warrants and assembled tactical response units. The storage facility raid occurred on February 19, 1999, with overwhelming force designed to prevent escape or evidence destruction. But when entry teams breached the storage unit, they found it abandoned, sanitized, empty, showing no obvious evidence of the horrors suspected to have occurred within its walls. The killer had sensed the closing net. Whether through counter-surveillance detection or simply operational instinct, he had abandoned this location before investigators arrived. But in his haste, or perhaps arrogance, he had left something behind. Forensic teams, conducting microscopic examination of the space over subsequent days, recovered trace DNA evidence from a drainage pipe that standard cleaning had failed to completely eliminate. Blood mixed with cleaning solution trapped in pipe threading provided the first genetic profile of the killer. The DNA ran through every database available, British, European, international. No matches. The killer had never been arrested, never been fingerprinted, never provided biological samples for any legal reason. But the genetic profile existed now in investigative databases, waiting for any future sample that might provide identification. By early March, investigators had concluded the London chapter was over. The pattern of sudden departure matched his previous behaviors in Damascus and Amman. He had felt the investigation closing in and had moved on before capture became possible. But the DNA profile, the movement pattern analysis, the accumulated evidence across multiple jurisdictions, these represented progress. For the first time, investigators possessed forensic evidence that could definitively link a suspect to the crimes. The question was whether they would identify a suspect before he killed again. And where would he surface next? The trail went cold throughout 1999 and into 2000. Task force investigators monitored international databases, coordinated with law enforcement across Europe and the Middle East, and waited for the inevitable resumption of murders matching the established pattern. But months passed without confirmation. Some investigators dared hope he had died, been incarcerated for unrelated crimes, or somehow ceased his terrible activities. Others, particularly those who had studied his escalation pattern most closely, feared something darker, that he had moved to locations beyond their surveillance capabilities, or worse, had refined his techniques to the point where bodies would never be discovered. The answer came from an unexpected location. May 2001 brought communications from Turkish authorities investigating a series of disappearances in Istanbul that bore uncomfortable similarities to the international cases. 3 young women, professional or university students, taken from public spaces, vanishing for extended periods before their bodies appeared bearing evidence of sophisticated, prolonged torture. The Turkish National Police, aware of the international investigation, reached out through Interpol channels with case details and crime scene evidence. The DNA comparison confirmed the worst fears. Traces recovered from one Istanbul crime scene matched the profile from the London storage facility. The Phantom had been operating in Turkey for over a year, refining his techniques in a new environment, adapting to new cultural contexts while maintaining his core methodology. But the Istanbul investigation revealed something unexpected. Turkish investigators had developed a lead through traditional police work, a witness who remembered renting storage space to a man matching general descriptions from the international case files. The rental transaction had been recent, and crucially, it had involved security camera footage that was reviewed before being overwritten in the normal recording cycle. The footage provided the first clear facial images of the suspect. Distribution through Interpol channels generated immediate responses from multiple countries. The face matched Abdul Rasul Jabber from Syrian identity documents. But further investigation revealed this was likely a false identity. No historical records of such a person existed before 1991, and the documentation itself showed signs of sophisticated forgery. Nevertheless, the face provided investigative focus. Age progression analysis suggested the current suspect's appearance. Distribution to airlines, border authorities, and hotel systems throughout Europe and the Middle East created a detection network. And in August 2001, that network produced a hit. A man matching the suspect profile attempted to cross from Turkey into Bulgaria using German identity documents. Bulgarian border guards, trained to recognize the suspect, detained him for routine questioning. The documents appeared legitimate upon initial inspection, but protocol required photograph transmission to Interpol for verification. Within hours, the identification was confirmed. This was their suspect, traveling under yet another false identity, attempting another geographic transition. The arrest occurred without incident. The suspect, when detained, demonstrated the same emotional flatness that survivor Layla Mansour had described years earlier in Damascus. He expressed no resistance, no emotion, no reaction to his capture. He was transported to Turkish custody for trial, as several of the most recent confirmed murders had occurred in Turkish jurisdiction. The subsequent investigation into his true identity required months of forensic document analysis, international cooperation, and eventually DNA genealogy testing. The man who had operated under numerous false identities throughout his killing career was eventually identified through genetic matching to distant relatives. His true name, according to these investigations, was Mahmoud al-Rashid, born in Lebanon in 1962. But even this identification remained somewhat uncertain. Records from his early life were sparse, and his personal history included years spent in regions with minimal official documentation. What investigators could confirm was his preparation for the life he had led. Evidence suggested he had received medical training, though no formal credentials could be located. His movements through multiple countries indicated sophisticated document forgery capabilities or access to forgery networks. His understanding of investigative techniques suggested either professional training in law enforcement or military intelligence. The profile that emerged was of someone who had deliberately crafted himself into an instrument of murder, acquiring skills and knowledge with the specific intention of becoming an effective predator. The trial, conducted in Turkish courts during 2002 and 2003, provided the first public accounting of his crimes. Prosecutors from Syria, Jordan, and the United Kingdom participated, presenting evidence spanning 12 years and 3 continents. The testimony, particularly from forensic pathologists describing their findings, created unprecedented media attention and public outcry. Throughout the proceedings, the defendant remained emotionally blank. He declined to testify in his own defense. He showed no reaction to victim impact statements from families who described the devastation his actions had inflicted on their lives. Psychological evaluation conducted for the court determined he demonstrated characteristics of severe antisocial personality disorder with complete absence of empathy or remorse. One examining psychiatrist noted, "Subject displays no recognition of his victims as human beings. He describes his actions in purely technical terms, as though discussing carpentry or mechanical repair rather than torture and murder. There is no emotional content to his cognition regarding these acts." The evidence presented during trial painted the most complete picture possible of his activities. Prosecutors demonstrated 43 confirmed murders across 4 countries, with strong circumstantial evidence suggesting at least 30 additional victims whose bodies were never recovered or whose cases remained officially unsolved. Each confirmed victim had endured weeks of torture designed to maximize conscious suffering. The progression of his technique across the years showed deliberate refinement and escalation. Early victims had been killed relatively quickly compared to later ones, who endured months of captivity before death. The forensic evidence proved overwhelming. DNA connections, pattern analysis, movement tracking, the accumulated testimony from investigators across multiple jurisdictions, all converged to demonstrate conclusively that this single individual had orchestrated one of the most extensive and horrific serial killing campaigns in modern history. The trial concluded in September 2003 with convictions on all presented charges. Turkish law at the time maintained capital punishment for certain offenses. The defendant was sentenced to death, a sentence that generated immediate international debate about justice, punishment, and the appropriate response to crimes of such magnitude. Human rights organizations opposed capital punishment on principle, arguing that state-sanctioned execution reduced society to the moral level of the killer. Victim families remained divided. Some sought his death as the only proportional response to the suffering he had inflicted, while others argued that execution would end his suffering too quickly, too mercilessly compared to what their loved ones had endured. The appeals process consumed 2 additional years. During this period, the defendant remained in maximum security detention, isolated from other prisoners, under constant surveillance. Prison officials reported he demonstrated no behavioral issues, no emotional responses, no engagement with counselors or religious figures who attempted contact. He existed in a state of complete detachment, as though the reality of his situation held no meaning for him whatsoever. International pressure regarding capital punishment intensified as Turkey pursued European Union membership. The EU maintained absolute opposition to death penalty as a membership condition. Turkish authorities faced a diplomatic dilemma: execute a convicted serial killer and jeopardize EU accession negotiations, or commute the sentence and face domestic accusations of yielding to foreign pressure in matters of national justice. The resolution came in 2004 when Turkey formally abolished capital punishment as part of judicial reforms supporting EU candidacy. The defendant's sentence was automatically commuted to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. He was transferred to a specialized facility designed for prisoners requiring permanent maximum security isolation. But the story did not end with imprisonment. The investigation that continued after his arrest revealed dimensions of his activities that trial prosecutors had only partially documented. Turkish authorities, searching properties connected to his various false identities, discovered extensive documentation of his crimes, journals written in coded shorthand, sketches depicting torture implements and techniques, and most disturbingly, hundreds of photographs documenting different stages of victim suffering. These materials, analyzed by forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, provided unprecedented insight into the mind of a serial killer operating at this level of sophistication. The journals revealed that he had indeed viewed his activities as a form of craft requiring continuous improvement. He documented what worked and what didn't, which techniques produced desired results and which proved disappointing. He noted victim reactions with clinical detachment, describing their psychological deterioration with the same tone someone might use to document a science experiment. The photographs told even darker stories. Beyond merely documenting suffering, they revealed the staged, theatrical nature of his later work. He had photographed victims in various poses and positions, creating compositions that suggested artistic intention. Some images showed victims positioned with props or in specific lighting conditions that transformed scenes of horror into grotesque tableaus. This visual documentation confirmed what investigators had suspected, that his evolution had transformed murder into performance art, with each victim serving as medium for his terrible creative expression. Perhaps most chilling were the materials suggesting future plans. Sketches of devices never constructed, notes about techniques never attempted, locations scouted but never used. These indicated that his arrest had interrupted an ongoing trajectory of escalation. Profilers concluded that without intervention, his activities would have continued indefinitely, likely escalating further in both frequency and severity. The recovery of this documentation also enabled closure for families of suspected victims whose cases had remained unsolved. Photographs and journal entries provided confirmation of additional murders that prosecutors had lacked sufficient evidence to pursue during trial. Over subsequent years, DNA evidence and investigative follow-up confirmed an additional 19 victims, bringing the official total to 62 confirmed murders between 1992 and 2001. But even this number likely understated his true victim count. Gaps in his documented timeline, unexplained periods in his journals, and references to victims whose photographs appeared, but whose identities could never be established, all suggested additional murders that remained unconfirmed. Investigators working the case believed the true number approached or exceeded 100 victims across his active years. The international law enforcement community studied his case extensively, using it to develop improved protocols for identifying and tracking serial killers who operate across international borders. His ability to remain undetected for nearly a decade while operating in multiple countries exposed significant gaps in international police cooperation and information sharing. The case directly contributed to enhanced Interpol database systems, improved DNA sharing protocols between nations, and better coordination mechanisms for multi-jurisdictional investigations. Victim families, meanwhile, faced the impossible task of processing grief compounded by horror. Support groups formed, connecting families across countries and cultures, united by the shared experience of losing loved ones to torture and murder. Many families advocated for improved victim rights in international criminal proceedings, arguing that the focus on the perpetrator had marginalized the voices and experiences of those who suffered most. Some families found meaning in advocacy work, speaking publicly about their experiences to raise awareness about violence against women, the importance of public safety measures, and the need for enhanced international cooperation against transnational crime. Others retreated into privacy, seeking to process their grief away from media attention and public scrutiny. There was no single correct response to trauma of this magnitude. Each family, each individual, navigated their path through darkness according to their own capacity and needs. The media attention surrounding the case generated significant ethical debates about coverage of violent crime. Some outlets pursued sensationalist reporting that focused on graphic details and horror, arguably exploiting victims suffering for commercial gain. Others attempted more measured coverage that balanced public interest in understanding the case with respect for victim dignity and family privacy. These debates contributed to evolving journalism ethics standards regarding crime reporting, particularly in cases involving extensive suffering. In prison, the convicted killer continued his existence in complete isolation. Security protocols prevented him from having contact with other prisoners, from accessing media, from communicating with anyone beyond prison staff and his court-appointed attorney. Psychiatrists who evaluated him periodically reported no change in his psychological presentation. The same flat affect, the same absence of emotional response, the same complete lack of remorse or recognition of his actions' moral dimensions. One psychiatric evaluation conducted in 2006 noted, "Subject continues to demonstrate complete dissociation from the reality of his crimes. When questioned about his actions, he responds as though discussing abstract technical problems rather than human suffering. He expresses no understanding of why society considers his actions wrong, beyond acknowledging that laws were violated. The emotional and moral dimensions of his actions remain completely absent from his cognition. He represents perhaps the purest example of antisocial personality disorder at its most extreme, a human being who lacks any capacity for empathy, remorse, or emotional connection to others. The question of whether such individuals should be considered mentally ill or simply evil remained contested among mental health professionals. Some argued that the complete absence of empathy represented a form of cognitive disability that should be understood through a medical framework. Others contended that diagnostic labels provided false comfort, that some human beings simply choose evil, and that searching for medical explanations minimized the moral reality of deliberate choices to inflict suffering. These philosophical debates held little comfort for victim families or for society attempting to process the horror of 62 confirmed murders. What remained was the undeniable reality. One human being had deliberately, methodically, over nearly a decade, captured, tortured, and killed at least 62 young women across 4 countries, leaving behind devastation that rippled through families, communities, and entire societies. The case also raised troubling questions about how many others like him might exist, predators operating below investigative radar, moving between jurisdictions, perfecting their terrible crafts while authorities remained unaware or unable to connect patterns across borders. His success at remaining undetected for so long suggested that the international community's ability to identify and stop such predators remained inadequate despite significant resources and technology. By 2006, the intense media attention had faded. The case receded from headlines as new horrors captured public attention. But for investigators who had dedicated years to tracking him, for families who had lost loved ones to his brutality, for survivors like Layla Mansour who carried the trauma of their encounters, the case never truly ended. It remained a permanent scar, a reminder of the depths of suffering one human being could deliberately inflict upon others. The convicted killer remained imprisoned in Turkey, serving his life sentence in isolation, aging in the same emotional void that had enabled his crimes. Periodically, journalists requested interviews, researchers sought access for academic studies, and true crime documentarians attempted to tell his story. He declined all such requests, maintaining the same silence he had demonstrated since his arrest. In 2010, a comprehensive academic study of his case was published by an international team of forensic psychologists and criminal justice researchers. The study, titled The Evolution of a Serial Killer, Cross-Cultural Analysis of Transnational Murder, analyzed his methodology, psychological profile, and the investigative response across multiple jurisdictions. The conclusions painted a sobering picture. He represented an extreme but not unique example of a particular type of predator. Highly intelligent, methodical, capable of operating across cultural and geographic boundaries, driven by psychological needs that manifested as sadistic violence. The study noted that such individuals likely existed in far greater numbers than documented cases suggested. The statistical probability that he represented a singular anomaly was essentially zero. The authors concluded, for every case like this that comes to investigative attention, mathematical modeling suggests multiple similar offenders operating undetected. The challenge facing international law enforcement is not whether such predators exist, but rather how to identify them before victim counts reach the levels documented in this case. For Layla Mansour, the survivor whose escape had provided the first substantive description of their tormentor, the years brought mixed experiences of recovery and ongoing trauma. She emigrated from Syria to Canada, seeking distance from the memories and media attention. She completed her education, built a career, and attempted to construct a normal life. But the 8 days she spent in captivity left permanent scars, psychological wounds that therapy could help manage but never completely heal. In a rare 2012 interview, she reflected on her experience. People ask if I have forgiven him. That question misunderstands everything. Forgiveness implies a relationship between two human beings. What I encountered wasn't human, not in any meaningful sense. It was something else, something that wore human form but lacked human essence. You don't forgive a natural disaster. You don't forgive a virus. You survive it and you live with the damage it caused. That's all I can do. Other survivors from his earlier victims, those who had been taken but managed to escape or who had encountered him but avoided capture, faced similar challenges. Support networks connected them across countries, providing spaces where they could discuss their experiences with others who understood the particular horror of encountering a predator who operated with such cold calculation. These connections provided validation that their trauma was real, significant, and worthy of ongoing support. The families of victims who did not survive faced an even more complex grief process. They mourned not just the loss of their loved ones, but the manner of their deaths, the knowledge that their daughters, sisters, friends had endured weeks of torture before finally being granted the mercy of death. This knowledge created a particular type of traumatic grief that complicated normal mourning processes. Support organizations that formed in the wake of the case provided resources for families dealing with this unique form of loss. Counselors specializing in traumatic grief worked with family members to develop coping strategies that acknowledged the horror while preventing it from completely defining their memories of their loved ones. The challenge was honoring the reality of what happened, while also preserving memories of who these women had been before they encountered their killer. Their dreams, their personalities, their relationships, their futures that had been stolen. Memorial services and remembrance events became important for many families. Annual gatherings brought together those connected by shared loss, creating communities of support and remembrance. These events focused on celebrating the lives of the victims rather than dwelling on the manner of their deaths, sharing stories, photographs, and memories that preserved their humanity against the dehumanizing horror of how they died. In Damascus, a memorial garden was established in 2008, dedicated to the Syrian victims. Simple stone markers bore the names of the 17 women who had been killed in and around the city between 1992 and 1995. Family members maintained the space, planting flowers and creating a place of peace and remembrance. Similar memorials appeared in Amman and London, physical spaces where the dead could be honored and remembered beyond the context of their deaths. The killer's journals and photographs, meanwhile, remained in secure evidence storage, accessible only to authorized researchers and investigators. Debates emerged about whether this material should eventually be destroyed or preserved for academic study. Those favoring destruction argued that the materials themselves constituted a form of continuing victimization, perpetuating the killer's work by preserving his documentation. Those supporting preservation contended that destroying the materials would sacrifice valuable research potential that might help prevent future cases. As of 2015, the materials remained in secure storage with strict access protocols. Researchers could review them only with appropriate ethical approval and demonstrated legitimate research purposes. Victim families had the right to object to any use of materials relating to their loved ones. This compromise attempted to balance research value against victim dignity, though it satisfied no one completely. The convicted killer himself continued serving his sentence in Turkish maximum security detention. Prison records indicated he maintained the same emotional flatness that had characterized him since arrest. He read extensively, particularly technical and medical texts, but engaged minimally with staff and declined all counseling or therapeutic interventions. He existed in a state of perpetual present tense, showing no apparent reflection on his past or concern for his future. Medical evaluations conducted as he aged noted his physical health remained relatively good despite years of confinement. Psychological evaluations showed no change in his fundamental presentation. He remained what he had always been, an individual apparently incapable of empathy, remorse, or emotional connection, serving a sentence that held no apparent meaning for him beyond physical constraint. The international task force that had pursued him officially disbanded in 2007, though informal networks of investigators who had worked the case maintained contact. Periodic reunions brought together detectives from Syria, Jordan, the United Kingdom, and Turkey to share updates and reflect on the investigation that had consumed years of their professional lives. These gatherings served partly as therapeutic processing, opportunities to discuss with others who understood the psychological toll of investigating such horrors. Many investigators reported that the case had fundamentally changed them. Exposure to such extensive, calculated brutality had challenged their basic assumptions about human nature and the limits of human cruelty. Some left law enforcement entirely, unable to continue work that required regular exposure to human suffering. Others channeled their experiences into training and education, teaching new investigators about serial crime patterns and international cooperation protocols. The case's impact on criminal justice policy extended beyond immediate investigative protocols. It contributed to policy discussions about international criminal jurisdiction, extradition procedures for serial violent crime, and the legal frameworks needed to prosecute offenders who operate across multiple countries. Several nations reformed their legal codes to address gaps the case had exposed, particularly regarding jurisdiction for crimes committed by nationals abroad or crimes with victims from multiple countries. Academic interest in the case continued decades after the trial concluded. Criminology programs used it as a case study in serial offender behavior, international investigation coordination, and the challenges of prosecuting transnational crime. Forensic psychology courses analyzed his documented psychological profile as an extreme example of antisocial personality disorder. Ethics courses in journalism programs examined media coverage of the case to discuss responsible reporting on violent crime. But perhaps the most lasting impact was on the families and communities that had been directly affected. The 62 confirmed victims left behind parents, siblings, partners, children, friends. Hundreds of people whose lives were permanently altered by one individual's decision to transform human beings into objects for his experimentation in suffering. The ripple effects of trauma extended outward through generations, affecting people who would never know the victims personally but who carried the inherited trauma of their loss. By 2020, nearly 3 decades after the first confirmed murder, the convicted killer remained imprisoned, having spent almost 2 decades in detention. He was approaching 60 years old, confined to a space measuring approximately 4 meters by 3 meters, permitted 1 hour of supervised exercise daily in a small concrete yard. His life had been reduced to the bare minimum required by international standards for prison conditions. Some argued this was too merciful. Others contended it was appropriately proportional, not excessive punishment, but necessary containment of a dangerous individual who could never be safely released. Victim families, as they aged and reflected on decades lived without their loved ones, generally expressed mixed feelings about the outcome. Justice had been served in the formal sense: conviction, maximum sentencing, permanent removal from society. But no judicial outcome could restore what had been taken. No punishment could balance the scales against 62 lives extinguished after weeks of torture. Justice, in cases of this magnitude, remained inherently inadequate. What remained was memory. Memory of the victims as they had been, young women with futures, with dreams, with people who loved them. Memory of their suffering, which could not be forgotten without dishonoring their experience. Memory of the investigation that finally brought their killer to justice. Memory of the gaps in international cooperation that had allowed him to operate so long. Memory of the lessons learned and the protocols implemented to prevent future predators from achieving similar success. The case of Abul Jabbar, known by many names, living under false identities, ultimately identified through DNA and investigative persistence, stands as one of the most extensive documented examples of transnational serial murder in modern history. It represents the extreme end of human capacity for calculated cruelty, the ultimate expression of empathy's absence, the terrible reality that some human beings can and will inflict unimaginable suffering on others without remorse or recognition of moral wrongness. It also represents the determination of investigators across multiple countries who refuse to accept defeat despite years of frustration and dead ends. It demonstrates the power of international cooperation when nations set aside bureaucratic obstacles to pursue common justice. It shows the resilience of victim families who transformed their grief into advocacy and remembrance. And it serves as an eternal reminder that vigilance against such predators can never cease, because the capacity for evil exists within the human species alongside our capacity for good, and only constant awareness and response can protect the vulnerable from those who would exploit them. The convicted killer remains imprisoned as this account concludes. He will likely die in custody, having spent more years confined than he spent free after beginning his killing campaign. His victims remain dead, their suffering ended but never erased from history. Their families continue living with absence and loss. The investigators who pursued him carry memories of crimes that challenged their faith in humanity. And the world continues turning, always containing the potential for both extraordinary good and unspeakable evil, requiring those who stand against darkness to remain forever vigilant. This is the story of 62 documented murders across 4 countries spanning 9 years. This is the account of one man's transformation of human suffering into personal project. This is the chronicle of justice delayed but ultimately achieved. This is the memorial to lives taken too soon, too brutally, by a predator who viewed human beings as materials for his terrible craft. Their names deserve remembrance beyond the context of their deaths. Amira Hassan, Yasmin Al-Khoury, the 15 others from Damascus, Rania Khalil, Samira Toda, the 11 others from Jordan, Sophie Blackwood, Saracen, Isabella Romano, the 13 others from London, the 19 confirmed from Istanbul. Each was a complete human being with a complete life before they encountered evil. Each deserves to be remembered for who they were, not merely how they died. And so the story ends not with the killer, but with the killed, with memory of their humanity, with acknowledgement of their suffering, with commitment to prevent such horrors from ever claiming future victims. This is justice in its most complete form. Conviction of the guilty, protection of the innocent, and memory that refuses to let the dead be forgotten or reduced to mere statistics in the annals of crime. Their lives mattered. Their deaths were not meaningless. Their stories, however horrific, demand telling so that we never forget what human beings are capable of doing to each other, and what we must remain vigilant against, always and forever, in defense of the vulnerable against those who would harm them. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.